We wish to extend our greetings to all of you who are here this morning. We also thank you for arriving on time. We know that there is a number of people who are still on the queue for accreditation. They will be part of us, but we are not going to delay the program. Let me allow you just a minute and those who are still outside to get settled so that we start. Thanks. We are now starting. We request that all of us, having taken our seats, we welcome His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. Let's give the President and welcome him with a big round hand of applause. We are grateful to have you, Mr. President, and we thank you for your support toward this National Construction Summit. Indeed, it was yourself who, just after COVID-19, who said construction will be a flywheel for the reconstruction and development of our economy. We are working on that day by day, every month, ensuring that we turn South Africa into a construction site. We want to welcome the Minister Dean Macpherson, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. We also like to welcome premiers who are here, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Premier Ntuli, you are welcome. We wish to welcome all MECs. We are going to acknowledge them. Of course, there is one MEC who always welcomes us. We arrived in Gauteng when we were assigned to these responsibilities, MEC Mamabolo. But we don't mind you welcoming us every day, as you used to do. We also would like to acknowledge, appreciate the presence of the first citizen of this city of Ekurhuleni, Councillor Kospindile Xhakaza. Thanks for gracing us, for being a host. And we also know that there is a lot of work that is happening under your leadership to ensure that Ekurhuleni also benefit from infrastructure rollout, both from national and provincial department, but also from your own allocation as the Metro. We welcome all of you, the chairperson of the board of the cidb, Mr. Nzo, and all members of the board. We welcome members of parliament who are with us. The chairperson of the select committee is here. We thank you. We also would like to acknowledge captains of the industry, especially the property and construction sector. We welcome all of you as delegates who are here, but also the government officials, senior managers from the Director General of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Mtagane, and all officials who are here. Having welcomed you and established this protocol, I did so that those who will follow me will not have a responsibility to start acknowledging all of us one by one. If there is someone who is not yet acknowledged, my apologies, we will acknowledge you during the proceeding part. We are all welcome. And we appreciate your presence, each and every one of you. We appreciate and value your attendance. At this moment, let us stand up and open this summit officially through the national anthem. Thank you. We may be seated, and without wasting time, I'm not sure whether our safety officers are here, who will brief us on safety procedures. But if they are not yet here, I will request that we proceed. And as we do so, may I take this opportunity to welcome to the stage His Worship. So you can be a president, Mr. President, but we will remain calling you Your Excellency, the President. You can be a premier or a minister. You will just be called Honorable Premier, Honorable Minister. But there is this dedicated for mayors, and it's called His Excellency the Mayor. I'm saying so because we must know that, during my youth days, mayors, they wear chains. And during my youth days, we criticized this thing of wearing chains. And we were chastised and told that, no, this is symbolic. It is a power that is vested in this authority. So we will call to the stage His Worship, the Mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni, His Worship, the Executive Mayor, Mayor Xhakaza, to open and render the welcoming address or remarks, welcoming all of us to this National Construction Summit of 2025, the second edition. Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Sihlezi Kalala, the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. I appreciate the honor to be given this opportunity and be reminded about your leadership in your youth days. Let me say, in our youth days. I want to acknowledge His Excellency, the President of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, Mr. Jacob Mamabolo, the MEC of Infrastructure, Development and Corporate COGTA, is my boss, COGTA. So everything that we do must make sure that we are compliant, and I know that you represent the leadership of Gauteng. To the Honorable Minister Dean Macpherson, the Premier of KZN, the Deputy Minister of Water. I know that you had a big summit just yesterday here in Ekurhuleni, and we think some of those resolutions in terms of infrastructural development, they are also relevant here. Let's acknowledge all the distinguished guests. I've seen some of my mayors that are here. All protocol observed. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this National Construction Summit 2025, hosted here in the city of Ekurhuleni, the industrial heartland of our nation, and a city that continues to define itself as a responsive city working with agility to restore service delivery to the people, a city that is a home to a vibrant population of 4.2 million. And we are proud to be a host of all these events. It gives us an opportunity to showcase and also talk about what is it that we're doing in the city. Of course, with the exception of what we see in the TV in recent days. And I must say that we are all safe. Mr. President, we are all safe in the city of Ekurhuleni. Yesterday, we launched a festive season safety campaign where we were demonstrating, the capabilities of our EMPD and the work that we are able to do to ensure that we keep our communities safe on our roads. But most importantly, those who are traversing this beautiful city, they must always know at all the times that they are safe. So South Africa, Mr. President, has celebrated 3 decades of freedom in the year 2024. And this year, 2025, marks 30 years of democratic local government. And here in Ekurhuleni, it marks 25 years since the establishment of the city of Ekurhuleni. His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, it was for this reason that we have adopted the Erythropolis economic development trajectory. So Erythropolis is nothing else but is an airport economy. The fact that we host the biggest airport, it's a capability that brings about, tourism there's a capability that brings about the movement of goods and services. And this is supported by the major highways and the major rail infrastructure that crisscross, our city. So therefore, this trajectory is a bold vision which sets to position Ekurhuleni as an African hub for logistics, of aviation, of digital and advanced manufacturing. And cementing this, we've developed a 10-point plan to revive the manufacturing sector, drive reindustrialization, and sustainable job creation. Working together across all spheres of government and the private sector, we have identified 5 key thematic areas that will guide our collaborative agenda moving forward. 1 is a metropolis and airport city development. 2 is industrial estate development. 3 is critical infrastructure development. 4 is township economic development. And 5 is CBDs and industrial estate revitalization. And this bucket of priority areas demonstrates that we are geared to be a playground for construction as we envisage a scenario of development and transformation. And we are envisaging a cranes of skyline and dust rising across our corridors of growth. Honorable Minister, one of the 6 guiding pillars of our administration, as articulated in our State of the Cities address, is investment on critical infrastructure to support the development of our city, but also that we want to do in partnership with the private sector. And this is a commitment that we have made. And as you move across the R21 corridors, you can actually see some of the investment that is cropping up, driven by the private sector. And we must indicate, Mr. President, that on our part, we have successfully spent 99% of our capital budget, a significant milestone that underscores our dedication to infrastructural development and service delivery. Our high impact and multi-focused infrastructure projects are designed to build Ekurhuleni as a corridor of opportunity, a city that drives growth through logistics, through manufacturing, and smart mobility. So we're doing our part to ensure that as we spend this money, we support not only the development of our people, but also we support the economic growth, because we believe that we're a significant player in the economy of Gauteng, that our contributions to the GDP of Gauteng and the growth of the country is quite significant. So our roads infrastructure must always be, up to a standard to support, the economy. Just on one end, I was making an indication earlier of the water summit, that we have to ensure that we've built the water infrastructure. We must build the reservoirs to ensure that there's water security. We must ensure that there is we invest in the pipelines infrastructure to ensure that we deal with non-revenue water, or we deal with leakages to actually meet some of the targets in terms of non-revenue water. So across all aspects of the municipality, this topic in terms of construction, becomes, relevant. We must indicate, however, some of the challenges that are confronting us, and amongst those challenges is issues of that we need to think boldly about, that relates to skills, sites that we actually have in municipalities and broadly in the private sector, but also some of the planning capacity that we have in order to ensure that we deal with the future developmental needs, particularly in the transportation, in the logistics, and infrastructure development. We've got projects in the pipeline, such as the Tambo Springs Inland Port, the expansion of the logistics and distribution spaces, that are a testament of the forward thinking. And this conversation here today actually support to ensure that, support to ensure that we achieve some of these bold, ambitions. Yet we must acknowledge that the massive underdevelopment of our public and rail infrastructure is also one of the challenges that stands before us in order to drive developments of our cities. A quarter of Africa's entire rail network lies within South Africa, and right here in Ekurhuleni, Germiston remains the busiest railway junction on the continent, processing nearly 800 trains a day. And this represents both an opportunity and a challenge, and we must do more to expand rapid public transport infrastructure, especially along the eastern corridor of the airport, and enhance connectivity and unlock economic potential. And this is just a highlight, Mr. President, of why we are welcoming, this debate, this conference today, and we think it will go a long way to actually ensure that it assists us as municipalities, because that is where development matters the most. One of the important areas that we think we must continue to have a conversation about is how do we deal with some of the, or rather have a memorandum to repurpose the unutilized and abandoned or hijacked state-owned buildings within our city. In the area of Germiston, in Boksburg, in Edenvale, in all our little, dorpes, there are state-owned infrastructure that we think we must have a conversation about by either donating some of these assets so that they are redeveloped, so that we deal with the neglect and then be able to address the urban decay, but support the revenue enhancement project and stimulate investment in some of these key precincts. And I'm not just speaking about, I know I'm using Ekurhuleni, but I'm sure some of the mayors that are here are actually agreeing with some of these proposals. So, Honorable Minister, over the years, our government has developed systems and policies to empower emerging construction companies and breaking the dominance of major industrial players such as Group 5, the Avenge Group, the Murray and Roberts. And today, emerging contractors have successfully advanced to CIDB grades 6 and 7, proving that transformation in the sector, it is indeed achievable. However, as we celebrate this milestone, we must remain vigilant about the quality of the work that has been delivered, and we must ask ourselves, are we meeting the standards and specification expected in the world-class infrastructure? South African contractors have demonstrated excellence across the globe. We must now replicate that success here at home. And I was asking my mayoral committee, directing the question to some of my city administration, asking them, what is our legacy in terms of the built environment? What is it that we've actually done? And this draws me to some of the challenges that we think collectively we must be able to deal with. And we must not shy away from confronting the criminality of the so-called construction mafias. And these individuals often collude with unscrupulous actors who have derailed critical infrastructure programs, robbing communities, particularly the poorest of the poor, of the well-deserved delivery of projects, and those projects delivered on time and within a budget. While we commend the South African Police Services for its intervention, we believe that it is a societal challenge that requires a united and multi-stakeholder approach. Honorable Deputy Minister, our Program Director, we also want to indicate that we do welcome some of the intervention that we actually drive at the national level in relation to community empowerment programs. Projects such as Vukupile empowerment program have gone a long way to produce skills. We can attest that some of the skills that we have or capabilities that we have at grade 8, at grade 9 have been delivering some of our infrastructure here in Ekurhuleni, and they have been a product of these great initiatives. And we want to say we support these initiatives and let it be a sustained. And we just want to indicate in closing that we have a part of our strategy, our growth and development strategies envisioned on a compact, sustainable and inclusive city underpinned by urban regeneration, well-located, affordable housing, and a decent and efficient infrastructure, yet we remain confronted by the realities of 131 informal settlements, combined by rapid in-migration and the growth of backyard dwellings. And that is why, to address this, the 5th administration under a capable former Mayor Mzwandile Masina had committed to building 100,000 housing units and providing 59,000 service stands. Political instability after the 2021 elections unfortunately disputed these targets, and this administration is determined to reverse those setbacks, and we are currently actively pursuing implementation of the 11 mega housing projects which will yield 49,000 decent housing. So this is just a commitment that on our part we are doing our best to actually recover in terms of the much reported about a blocked human settlements project. So we want to use this opportunity, Program Director, just to do a quick highlights. And I know, I can deliver a State of the City's address here, but I do not want to spoil, the program of today. The opportunity was given to me to just give a quick highlights to assist the conversation, and I hope I've touched on the most important areas of our work. Thank you very much, Program Director.
No, thanks. Thank you. Let's give the Mayor Kagaza, a big round hand of applause. So this is the Mayor, Babntuli. The Mayor refers to the work done by the previous Mayor. Saying the previous Mayor started housing here. I'm just remarking now, if you happen to as a premier, you address people about the youth fund. Ungabi kude nokushushu ukuthi kwakwakho no premier wayiqala le youth fund waqala nokuthi. Just take a cue from Mayor Kagaza. Thank you, Mayor. We're grateful. Indeed, I can agree with you. This is the only major point of entry in South Africa. Ekurhuleni, OR Tambo Airport. But you are quite correct that this is where South Africa meets, in Gauteng. And that's why we will be having this summit here, and there was a summit here yesterday. Even local government summits take place here. But more importantly, the G20 will be here in South Africa, in Gauteng. And therefore, we appreciate the work you are doing. I have acknowledged a number of people, but I think I ought the acknowledgement to key sectors. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge institutions of higher learning. Some years ago, issues of construction were relegated to technical colleges. We want to thank institutions of higher learning, UJ, University of Johannesburg, Wits University, University of Pretoria, University of Cape Town, UCT, the work you are doing in research and contribution to the construction sector, especially on resilience and sustainability, as well as ensuring that we adapt as the country. And that's why, as the department, Mr. President, we now have a policy on green buildings. We want to thank the institutions of higher learning. CBE have taken us even to institutions that are not yet focusing on construction professions, but they are now beginning to explore opening programs that relate to construction. I also want to acknowledge the private sector, those who are in property, and those who are in construction, big construction companies that are here. I know that we have a CEO of Growth Point Properties from Cape Town. We welcome you, CEO Norbert, to thank you for attending. We also have the representative or the leader of the Edison Group, but who's here as one of those who are in the property leading the Oceans, or invested in the Oceans Mall and Radisson Hotel in Umhlanga, Mr. Vivian Reddy. We also appreciate your attendance. We also have those who help us to communicate. We can speak here, speaking to ourselves, but there are those who take the message to the country. Those are journalists. We thank you for your attendance from all media houses that are here. Well, I've been told to inform you that Wi-Fi is accessible without any code. So you don't need a password. It will just show up as Beechwood. Then you get in. When they ask you afterward about payment and data, all of that, just refer them to me. I will see how I sort that. Colleagues, we are now at a time where we'd like to welcome the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, who will make his address on this second edition of the National Construction Summit, with the first one having been launched in Durban. So, serious programs get launched in particular areas. You know, when Africa wanted to launch the African Union in 2002, they decided to go to Durban in Moses Mabhida. I'm not saying anything, but major programs get launched there. Before I call on the minister, I thank you, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, David Mahlobo, for being here. You are our partner. Together we are running serious infrastructure project in water and sanitation. We thank you for your attendance, Deputy Minister David Mahlobo. Other deputy ministers and ministers will be joining us later. Let me therefore call on the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Dean Macpherson, to address us, and later call on the President to ascend to the stage to address us. Minister Macpherson is known as one of those who have been in the municipality, the city of Durban, as a councillor, and he became a member of parliament serving in various portfolio committees. He is now the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure. Let us welcome the Minister, Honorable Macpherson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Indeed, you're right. All good things do come from Durban. And the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal agrees with me. I do take note of the Deputy Minister's acknowledgement of protocol, but I will just acknowledge His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Cyril Ramaphosa, our premiers that are here today, our ministers, deputy ministers, and MECs, and various other leaders of institutions. Let me say, I am so grateful that we have all gathered here under one shared ambition, and that is to turn South Africa into a construction site. Today it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2025 National Construction Summit here in Boksburg, a summit that arrives at a moment of real momentum for South Africa's construction sector and our economy. When we gathered in Durban last year, we committed to tackling head-on construction site stoppages as a step to reignite South Africa's construction industry. Since that inaugural summit, we have seen the green shoots of growth starting to emerge within the construction sector. Not only have we now emerged, Mr. President, but they are also taking root. The latest quarterly labor force survey released just days ago confirmed what many of us on the ground have already been seeing and feeling, that the sector is waking up and kicking into a higher gear. In the third quarter of this year, 130,000 new jobs were created in the construction industry. That's over half of all new jobs created in South Africa's economy during that period. If that didn't excite you, let me put it another way. More than 50% of all jobs created in Q3 came from one sector, our sector, the construction sector. This is no coincidence. It's the direct result of reforms, partnerships, and determination that government is bringing to this industry. This is the beginning of what we have long said was possible, that if we fix what is broken, remove impediments to growth, and build a pipeline of real projects, construction can drive this economy forward. And we are not here by accident. These gains are the result of the hard and often unseen work that many of you in this room have helped lead to stabilize this industry, restore trust, bring order, and deliver real implementable reforms. It's also the result of an all-of-government approach, which includes all of us as ministers and deputy ministers that have prioritized growth and jobs. This was further demonstrated yesterday through the medium-term budget policy statement as presented by Minister Godongwana. These reforms, including a 3% inflation target and lowering of debt costs, which can now be plowed into growth-enhancing infrastructure, are some of the most important reforms that we've seen since 2000, which will only further support our construction drive. We're finally starting to see the dividends of our collective effort with rising employment and a growing economy. Whilst we must celebrate these important wins, we must also double down on our efforts to turbocharge the construction industry towards even more rapid delivery. Today's summit, Mr. President, is a space where the public and private sector come together to identify the next wave of obstacles and remove them with the urgency through partnership. And to succeed in that mission, we must adopt a new mindset, one that is focused on acceleration at all cost. The theme of the summit is unlocking infrastructure delivery and raising construction industry performance. That means the continuation with what we've started and to unlock the industry's growth for the future. It means embedding the reforms we've already made and expanding their reach. And it means aligning every part of our system, from regulation to finance, procurement to policing, to support the delivery of infrastructure and the growth of the firms that deliver it. Ladies and gentlemen, at last year's National Construction Summit in Durban, we signed the Durban Declaration together with the South African Police Service and the National Treasury. It was our response to one of the biggest issues facing the industry, the so-called construction mafia. The declaration was government's line in the sand, a commitment to restore law and order to construction sites and end the reign of terror that was choking investment, delaying delivery, and putting lives at risk. Since that moment, we've made significant strides, Mr. President. We've seen over 770 cases of construction-related extortion and intimidation reported across the country. Of those, 241 arrests have been made, and most importantly, 176 individuals have been convicted. That's not just progress on paper, ladies and gentlemen. It's the reflection of our determination to dismantle organized criminal networks from extorting the industry any longer. But let me go further. In KwaZulu-Natal, which was considered the hotspot for construction mafia-related activity, we've seen a massive drop in monthly site disruptions, from over 60 incidents a month last year to less than 10 a month today. And this is due to the coordinated action that we've taken with the police, business, and our public entities. We've established dedicated hotlines for communities to report stoppages and as they happen, and we've worked closely with our construction companies in a bid to restore rule of law. The police and the private sector security agencies are now working together to dismantle criminal networks. Yet, as we all know, law enforcement is only one part of the equation, and crime flourishes where systems fail. And so, since the Durban Summit, we've also worked to address the structural issues that leave projects vulnerable, from unclear regulations to weak community engagement and poor project preparation. That's why we're finalizing the Integrated Social Facilitation Framework, which will be a game changer for how we engage and partner with local communities before a shovel even hits the ground. Mr. President, this means that local communities will not only become meaningful participants in our projects, but our first line of defense against those that seek to disrupt our projects. This is also why we've revitalized the CIDB's National Constructor Development Framework to help emerging contractors enter the formal system with better support and compliance, including supporting the BUILD program through a record-breaking 300 million rand budget allocation. This progress matters, ladies and gentlemen, because as we know, the progress that we make is not enough if we want to see a revitalized and vibrant construction industry. We know that more needs to be done to ensure that the private sector has the confidence in the public sector's construction pipeline to partner with us and invest in South Africa's infrastructure future. And we must ensure that government building projects are completed on time and on budget, full stop. I also recognize that contractors have borne the brunt of our failure not to be paid on time and being stuck in endless approval loops. That's why, Mr. President, last month, our MECs, the DM, and myself said, no more delays, no more excuses. At a special meeting of our MINMEC with all 9 provinces held here at Birchwood in October, we adopted the South African Construction Action Plan, or SACAP, to fix public sector infrastructure delivery. The plan is now our shared roadmap, rooted in 6 core interventions, including accountability, ring-fencing of budgets, digitized integrated project and asset information tracking, procurement reform through the implementation of procurement war rooms, strengthening audit outcomes, and professionalizing the built environment. The work to implement the SACAP has already started, Mr. President, and we're looking forward to seeing the first interventions implemented as early as March next year. Procurement war rooms will soon be up and running in all 9 provinces. A national blacklisting database is under development, and soon the first phase of our ERP infrastructure tracking system will be piloted. This is not a wish list, ladies and gentlemen. It's our plan, and we're already starting to deliver on it. Our hope is that SACAP will directly address the negative perception of public construction projects and allow us to turn a new leaf towards delivery. With SACAP, we hope to restore public confidence in the public sector to deliver, in order to work closer with the private sector to turn South Africa into a construction site. Because if we're truly serious about turbocharging construction in South Africa, we must clear the pathway for the private sector, not just as a participant, but as a full partner in delivery. That's why, Mr. President, one of my hopes of the summit and one of my asks of all of us here today is that by the time we close this week, we will have enhanced our program of action with new ideas and deliverables. I want us to go beyond diagnostics and into implementation. I want us to adopt a mindset of scale and speed, because the reality is this: government can't do it alone, and nor should it. Mr. President, as you know, Infrastructure South Africa is our government institution that is a center of excellence, which we continue to advocate to become a single point of entry for large, high-value infrastructure initiatives. Through structured coordination, ISA ensures that projects are registered, appraised, and approved through robust governance, that there is credible and bankable infrastructure pipelines for the private sector to invest in. This pipeline, prepared and packaged by ISA, is a direct response to closing the infrastructure investment gap. By ensuring that projects are adequately prepared and packaged, ISA exponentially improves the chances of projects going into construction and being successfully completed. Mr. President, these are the practical interventions that are already changing how we plan, package, and implement infrastructure projects in this country. From digitized project dashboards to new standards for readiness assessments, ISA is working to ensure that when we say we are ready to build, we actually are. Through your presidential Adopt a Municipality program, Mr. President, ISA is also partnering directly with local governments to strengthen project preparation capacity and deliver on the ground, so that fewer projects stall midstream and more are completed on time and on budget in communities across our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is already a firm foundation on which to build on, but we know that further work needs to be done to remove red tape facing construction projects. It simply should not take 18 to 24 months to approve development plans. That pace is incompatible with the urgency of our economic and infrastructure needs. This is why, Mr. President, we must examine targeted exemptions within the national building regulations to fast-track large, catalytic projects at municipal level, especially where delays are unjustifiable or purely administrative. It's also why we believe that all legislation and regulation governing the built environment should sit under one authority, and that being the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. See, the MECs are clapping for that, Mr. President. They're a strong lobby group, that lot. As the custodian of public infrastructure, DPWI is best placed to ensure that building regulations are coherent, enforced consistently, updated when necessary, and where appropriate, flexible enough to enable quicker delivery. I look forward to advancing these discussions so that South Africa can move towards a system where approvals are efficient, predictable, and aligned with the scale of construction our country needs. Ladies and gentlemen, exemptions alone and fast-tracking alone will not get us there. What we need and what we must build through the summit is a new era of collaboration, one defined not by consultation without consequence, but by co-ownership, shared urgency, and joint delivery. That's the spirit that we convene here today. And that is the spirit that already underpins the planning of the summit. Mr. President, when you gave this department, myself and the Deputy Minister, our marching orders at the State of the Nation address in July 2024 to turn South Africa into a construction site, we relish this opportunity to turn your dream into a reality. Over the past year, government, business, labor, and civil society have worked hand in hand to lay that foundation for what we finally see today, a nation under construction which is creating record jobs in the sector. Already, the National Stakeholder Forum, led by the CIDB, has proven what is possible when the sector aligns around a common mission. We've seen multi-stakeholder task teams reduce site disruptions. We've seen law enforcement working hand in glove with project managers to protect workers and ensure uninterrupted delivery. We've seen businesses and community leaders at the same table, not as adversaries, but as co-creators of opportunity. If this is what we can achieve, Mr. President, in just 1 year, imagine what more we can do before 2029. Over these next 2 days, through our commissions, plenaries, and side sessions, we have the opportunity to take that collaboration to the next level. Whether it's fixing procurement, accelerating participation and inclusion, or scaling innovation, we must do it together, because a fragmented industry cannot deliver integrated infrastructure. This is why we've designed this year's summit to reflect the full complexity and possibility of our ecosystem. And of course, the summit itself reflects the kind of scale and ambition we're striving for. With over 2,000 confirmed participants, including industry leaders, government officials, regulators, SOEs, professionals, and young people, this is one of the largest construction summits South Africa has ever hosted. Mr. President, I believe we are at a turning point, and this summit marks that moment. I've never been more hopeful and more optimistic for our country. We can feel it and we can see it. And next week, the rest of the world will also be able to see it, as we make history as the first country in Africa to host the G20. Thank you for believing in us, Mr. President. Thank you for believing in this sector. We will continue to turn South Africa into a construction site, because the best is yet to come. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage the President of the Republic of South Africa and President of the G20, President Cyril Ramaphosa. May we please be upstanding for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Thank you. Program Director, Deputy Minister Galala, and incoming Program Director, MEC Mamabulo, Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean Macpherson, Deputy Minister as well, Galala, who is now masquerading as Program Director, Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Councillor, or should I say your worship. I met slightly better than you just a week ago, His Holiness. So you are a little bit lower than His Holiness, the Pope. Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and the Premier of KZN, Nduli. I haven't seen other premiers here, and MECs and indeed mayors from various of our cities and towns, industry leaders, representatives of the Construction Industry Development Board. I'm sitting next to the chairperson here. Representatives of business, academia, labor and civil society, and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure and a great honor indeed to address this second iteration of the National Construction Summit. I did attend the very first one, and I'm really pleased to be here again. We gather at a time when we are really seeing an uptick in the infrastructure build of our country, but we also gather here to talk about an industry that has been geared to build a nation. We also gather here to share a dream and a determination to build a country that works for all its people. A country where everyone should have water, sanitation, and electricity. And thank you very much, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, for also being a partner of this whole process. We are also here so that we can talk about the roads, the rail lines that we intend to build as we turn our country into a true construction site, roads and rail that will take our people to work, that will also deliver our goods to markets. We are here also so that we can build a country where there are enough classrooms for all the children of our country, enough wards in hospitals and clinics for all the patients who go to these facilities, but also enough accommodation for our students, where no child has to swim across a river to get to school. Is what we are here about, to build bridges so that our children can cross rivers to go to school in a safe manner. And we are also here so that you can all get involved in building the schools that will make our children feel safe as they go to their schools and as they have appropriate sanitation in their schools. That is why we are here. We are here to build legacies of the future so that those who will come after us should see that we were here and we did build a South Africa that they can live in. They can walk through the streets of a country that we will have built, that the sites that we are building now, that all of you who are gathered here are building and constructing, will be durable and will be seen generations hereafter. That is why I'm here to applaud you for your dedication, for your commitment, for the work that you are all doing to build South Africa and to make our country into the constructive side that we spoke about during the State of the Nation. From a social development perspective, infrastructure that you are all about provides people with what they need to live and to thrive. It improves the quality of life and plays a key role in reducing inequality. Through reliable infrastructure, we are able to boost the productivity of our people, and we are able also to reduce the cost of living. Through infrastructure, we provide a country that will grow and develop. Infrastructure facilitates trade and commerce. When we boost infrastructure through the construction industry, we also attract investment. Investors want to see beautiful infrastructure, beautiful buildings, durable infrastructure. That is what attracts them. It attracts them like bees that are attracted to a beautiful flower. That is what you are all about, and this is what you are meant to do. The roads that we build, the bridges we construct, the schools and the hospitals we erect are the foundations of opportunity They are the foundations of hope. Hope is now abroad in our country as the infrastructure built is gearing up to a higher level, as the construction industry is beginning to show its true mettle. Infrastructure is the engine that drives economic growth and social transformation. We know how inadequate infrastructure can hold a country back. And that is what we've been through in the past few years. We are now getting into gear. Our infrastructure and construction build is moving to a higher gear, as the minister said. We have seen how decades of apartheid special planning left vast swaths of our country without any economic and meaningful capacity. We saw how the denial of basic services to the black majority in our country robbed many generations of both opportunity and dignity. More recently, we've seen how the lack of investment in our roads, in our rail, and ports have hampered the growth of industries such as mining, agriculture, and manufacturing, and has also hampered the basic services that need to be delivered to our people. We have seen how lack of municipal maintenance has left communities without water or electricity and has driven businesses to relocate. For as maintenance becomes weak and where there is no real maintenance, investors will leave. Businesses will relocate. But we have also seen how infrastructure can transform our built environment and transform and develop our societies. The massive investment in electricity, water, sanitation, and housing provision that followed the advent of democracy fundamentally changed the lives of millions of South Africans. The construction industry has a multiplier effect that spans manufacturing, mining, transport, and services. For as the construction industry moves into top gear, so does our manufacturing industry also move up. Infrastructure is the backbone of development because, amongst many other reasons, it bolsters economic competitiveness and sustainability. Without infrastructure, without the construction industry, economic growth slows down, inequality deepens, and the quality of life declines. The construction industry supports the Sustainable Development Goals by enabling resilient infrastructure and sustainable urban and rural development. We are beginning to witness the recovery of our construction industry. Infrastructure is poised to once again become the flywheel of our economy. As the minister was saying, just a recent employment survey indicators are showing that the construction industry is now becoming the greatest and the biggest creator of jobs. You should applaud yourself for this fantastic development. Infrastructure investment is one of the most effective levers of stimulating economic growth. This is evident, yes, in the statistics that we've just seen earlier this week. The quarterly labor force survey indicates a decrease in official unemployment rate from 33.2% in the second quarter of this year to 31.9% in the third quarter. And long may this carry on. Construction, as I said and as the minister said, was the biggest contributor. And this gives us hope. This gives us the ability to look forward to greater growth in this industry. The construction industry is indeed the flywheel of the growth that we want to see in our economy. And as it was the biggest contributor, with 130 new jobs, it basically means that we can look forward to the construction industry going further up the ladder. These statistics reflect an upswing in the industry. Earlier this year at the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, we showcased over 250 fully funded projects valued at more than 250 billion rand. Now, these investments in water, in energy, in transport, and the digital infrastructure are transforming communities, creating jobs, and laying the groundwork for a more inclusive and prosperous South Africa. That momentum needs to be sustained. That is why government has committed 1 trillion rand in infrastructure spending over the medium term. This is the very first time our country, since the dawn of democracy, even before democracy, has committed such a large amount of money to infrastructure. Now, this is money that is out there for you to utilize, for you to use as enablers to turbocharge your industry to grow to higher levels. As the Minister of Finance indicated, in the medium-term budget policy statement yesterday, we are shifting the composition of spending from consumption to investment. Capital payments are the fastest growing expenditure item on our national budget. They are expected to increase to about 7.5% over the medium term. And alongside the increase in public infrastructure spending, we are taking measures to enable far greater private investment in infrastructure. And these include the amendments to the regulations to the public-private partnerships and the new guidelines on unsolicited bids. Unsolicited bids meaning that when the people in the private sector have ideas on how we can improve our infrastructure build, they should come forward. They should be enabled to come forward and present their ideas. And if their ideas are innovative enough, and if they are financially sustainable, we will then be able to sign them on and say, go ahead and construct the idea that you've put forward. So this is a game changer that all of you gathered here should capitalize on. Our country has now moved to a level where we are very serious about infrastructure. We're very serious about enabling the construction industry to do what they do best, to construct big and impactful facilities and structures, and to do it with the confidence that we have the money, 1 trillion rand, we have the systems in place, and we have the enabling environment. And we will continue to create that enabling environment so that your industry can thrive. The purpose of this summit is to ensure that the investments that we are talking about and the reforms that we have now embarked upon, particularly in the network industries, do indeed turn the country into a massive building site. We want to see cranes and construction vehicles in cities, in townships, in villages, and in rural areas. Many, many years ago, when I visited China, and as I was being driven through the streets of China, I just saw cranes and cranes and cranes, and I came back and said, this is a country that is going somewhere. And indeed, through that vision of the cranes that one saw, China has been transformed. Many, many parts of China have been transformed. We want to see a similar display of cranes and yellow equipment scattered right throughout our country. And you are the people, the companies, and the entities that can enable that. So the future construction build of our nation is in your hands. When visitors travel by road or rail or air, they must see a country that is at work. They must see that we are a country that is determined to go to a higher destination. We will not let anyone derail these efforts. We will not negotiate with construction mafias. We will not yield to the cable thieves or those who vandalize infrastructure. And we should really say we have declared war on the construction mafias, and they will not stop us. I am very pleased and encouraged about the progress that we are making. That yes, our communities are making, our police service is making, and you yourselves as actors in this built environment are making to deal with those who want to hold us back in the form of construction mafias or cable thieves or vandalizers. In fact, what we should tell them more clearly is that they don't belong anywhere else, they belong behind bars. Because if they continue to do that, they shall be arrested and be sent behind bars. The law enforcement agencies, yes, will continue to deal with those who break the law. As part of its contribution to accelerated infrastructure development, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure recently announced the South African Construction Action Plan, which the Minister spoke about. It is a framework for collective and individual accountability, a plan that sets measurable targets, real timelines, as well as enforceable consequences. The plan outlines actions to prevent underperforming contractors from securing new contracts from the state. It aims to fix cash flow constraints and use technology to track construction projects in real time. We want to deal with the underperformance of contractors who leave projects incomplete. And I want to say, when you are a contractor, we want you to dedicate yourself to completing the projects. so that we can be proud of you as a contractor, and we can be proud that you have completed the work that you were meant to do. Every public works department will establish a procurement war room to identify blockages, speed up evaluations, and ensure that projects move from bid to site without unnecessary delay. The plan includes actions to strengthen audit and governance outcomes and to professionalize the built environment in the public sector. In essence, this plan will ensure that projects are started and completed on time, within budget, and with no wastage and no cost overruns. In just over a week from now, we will be hosting the very first G20 Leaders Summit on African soil. But it has not only been the Leaders Summit that will be taking place in Johannesburg. It has been the entirety of the G20. We've had almost 130 meetings that have been held throughout the country in all our 9 provinces. And we should be proud as South Africans that we have, over this whole period, been able to host many people who've come from all over the world to our country, to our provinces, to our towns, and to our cities. And we have hosted them without any incident. That is one thing we should be proud of. And we commend the work of the G20 Disaster Reduction Working Group, because the work of the G20 has been divided into various working groups. And this working group has been at work, and through their work, we have placed on the global agenda the need to ensure that infrastructure is built to withstand extreme weather events, and that countries have the resources needed to rebuild in the wake of natural disasters. We're the first country that has addressed this issue of disaster recovery. We all know that many parts of our country are now prone to disaster damage. And what we've put on the global agenda, which is being broadly embraced and accepted, is that we should not only focus on constructing infrastructure, facilities, we should also focus on what happens when there is damage and how we rebuild and how we get resources to rebuild and recover. In doing so, we have placed infrastructure at the center of economic progress and human development on the global map. We look forward to the outcomes of this National Construction Summit, and I'm confident that your summit will place infrastructure development on a new trajectory. You've got a wonderful tailwind, a tailwind that is now blowing your sector, the construction sector, to move forward with greater determination and with greater speed. And that tailwind is the plans that we've put in place, is the money that we are putting behind infrastructure build and construction, and it is the reforms that we have put together that we've been working on for quite a number of years that are now going to be enablers. And we are confident that your summit will turn plans into projects. And we are confident that it will accelerate the progress towards a South Africa that works for all. So you are at a very important juncture as an industry and as a sector. I do firmly believe that your sector is now poised for greater growth, for greater progress, and we have put in place a number of enablers. But we also have a ministry and a department and the leadership that is up to the job. Minister Macpherson, Deputy Minister Zikalala, and all the other ministries and departments that work together. We are all determined that infrastructure should be the main area of activity in taking our country forward. And I'm really pleased to be talking to all of you gathered here because you are the real actors. In other words, you are the real deal. If we ever wanted a real deal, you are the people who are going to build our country to go forward. So I encourage you, get into this. Our country is poised. Whether they like it or not, we are now poised for great growth. I repeat, we have the money, we have the leadership, we have the opportunity. Just go and construct South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give a big round hand of applause. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That is a mouthful, but very instructive. There is money, 10 plans into project, deliver. Let's give the President a big round hand of applause. Colleagues, this marks the end of the first session. And as we close this session, may I firstly thank the Mayor, Your Worship, Councillor Kagaza, the Minister, Minister Macpherson, His Excellency, the President. I think they deserve a big round hand of applause. Now, in approaching work, I always emphasize that we must embrace two things: determination and professionalism. Determination must propel you to say, I will do this even if it looks impossible. Professionalism must help you to do what you are doing efficiently, effective, and remain trustworthy. And I'm saying so because the program said we'll break for tea at 10:30. And now it's 10:30. So, for the current program director, the program director who's on stage, efficiency is not compromised. We started on time with your assistance and the assistance of speakers. We are still on time. Let's give the program director a big round hand of applause. If we are given work to do, let's do work and deliver in quality and on time. I'm now gonna leave the stage. Please don't judge the one who's coming on my performance, please. He will be presiding from that understanding of the dictatorship of the proletariat. So he's going to do well. May I request that before we break for tea, we thank the President formally. We thank you, Your Excellency, for gracing us today, but for an instructive speech, unpacking where must we go. It is not just a strategy, but it's an instructive plan. We thank you, Mr. President. May I then request that we stand up as the President, the Minister, and MECs take leave. We will remain standing to allow them to go out. After that, we will have tea break. But at 11 o'clock, we're starting. When we start, MEC Mamabolo will be here to preside on the program. He will be leading us on the next session. Don't doubt him. I trained him in our youth days. Let us have a tea break strictly for 25 minutes, and we get back to start on time. The panel that is coming just after the break is going to be unpacking serious stuff for us. Thank you. Let's have a break.
Okay, can I request that we all get seated except those who have to stand to get us going. But otherwise, everybody, let's get seated. Let's call the House to order. And can I ask that the team try to talk to people outside so that it doesn't look like we haven't started. If we can get everybody outside to come in. It is very important for our event to get people inside. Otherwise, it just looks like we're on permanent break. Now, firstly, let me just send an apology for the minister, the deputy minister, and the MECs. They are in a brief meeting with the president, and I'm quite sure that they are concluding, but otherwise, let's get started. So at this point, allow me to invite to the podium the CEO of CIDB, Mr. Bongani Dladla, who's going to talk to us about state of the performance of the South African construction industry. Can I ask that we put our hands together to give him a good welcome so that he can talk to us? Otherwise, thank you very much. Welcome, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MEC and Program Director. Good, it's still morning, yes. Good morning to everyone, and I stand on the previous protocol that was established by the first Program Director. And thank you all for really coming out to find solutions to some of the pressing challenges that are facing the construction industry. Really, this builds on the successes, as the Honorable Minister Dean Macpherson has indicated, of the previous summit, where it showed the power of stakeholders coming up with the solutions rather than a few of us in the boardroom deciding what ought to happen in the construction industry. And those successes really has opened up our construction sites. But there are many significant constraints. We are winning the battle when it comes to inclusive development. We are winning the battle in terms of getting the right number of numbers in terms of contractors from all race groups, all gender groups. But there are other areas, pressing issues that are facing the industry. And hence the purpose of this summit, to looking at solutions around holding each other accountable for performance and integrity. As a CIDB, we have taken some steps regarding a zero-tolerance approach to projects that are not being completed. We have taken also positive steps through the BUILD program towards the inclusive development of the construction industry, also including updating some of our standards as it relates to contractor development and others. But however, the challenge is all of us, each and every one person in this room is an industry participant and a leader, and we all know of the number of projects that are incomplete, the number of projects that are delayed. You know, when we're doing an analysis with the Auditor General, if you look at the pure definition of a project success, we went as much as saying, in the traditional sense, we can say as much as 60-70% of our projects are not considered to be successful, in a sense that either they were delayed or they had significant overruns or there were some compromises around quality. So this summit really aims to look at that, and hence the structure that also includes the various commissions that will look into these issues. So we call on all the experiences that are in this room to help us craft those actions, few actions that will be catalytic, that a year from now we can say we changed this regulation and it has unlocked this. We have us Public Works, or CIDB, or any other stakeholder in the room, as the President was here, and many other government ministers, the sector leaders. So the solutions also must not only be confined to what CIDB or Public Works can do. We can work with our other stakeholders to ensuring that we succeed in that. In terms of enabling legislation, we are also looking at ideas from our participants here on how do we simplify the complex network of legislations, policies, and standards that govern this industry, to simplify approval processes so we can turbocharge this industry. Also, many of the participants will be aware of the CIDB Amendment Bill that seeks to advance development in the entirety of the construction industry. And the regulations must follow that bill once it becomes an act. So again, we are looking at stakeholders that are here in the various commissions, be it on issues of ethical leadership, issues of holding each other accountable, issues of skills development, transformation, sustainability, innovation, compliance, as to how we can enhance, simplify this. We have, over the years as a CIDB, developed a few registers. I think one of our most well-known one is the Register of Contractors, the grading of contractors. And unfortunately, sometimes people only know that part about the CIDB, so there's a lot of work that we have to do to also enhance other registers, like the Register of Projects, a digital representation of all projects that are happening in the country, who's doing those projects and how they are performing. This summit must help us also as to what further actions, not to over-regulate, but what further action can we collectively adopt as a sector that will enhance that. National contractor development and SMME development is key to the sustainability of the construction industry. And the minister, I think later on, will launch the construction management guidelines that is there to support small contractors in establishing, operating, and growing construction businesses, because it is a business. In our experiences, there are many good builders, good artisans out there that want to enter the construction industry, but need the support on the side, on the business side, because that also can be complex, and that also is quite important for the success of the business. Simple things, tax, compliance, COIDA, those kinds of things. How do we, as a CIDB, enhance that process? What I would wish for is also ideas around how do we streamline the procurement processes, how do we deal with issues of digitizing those processes so that we can save time and ensure integrity in those processes. Through the build program, as the Honorable Minister Dean Macpherson has highlighted, centers of excellence have been developed. We've entered into strategic partnerships, including with funding institutions. How do we accelerate that implementation? Because to date, at least 300 million has been collected for support of SMMEs, and we need to accelerate those developments in order. There's been some pilots on construction management systems, APLs, which are very important for the industry because there are many people, so we can identify the gaps and the strategic partnerships with industry players on how do we best close. So again, ideas in that. That program has a significant potential of developing the industry. Digitization is something that cannot catch us behind, and it's not something that we must also leave only to researchers and academic institutions. We must also institutionalize that and create a roadmap for the country as to how we are going to deal with it. What are the change management mechanisms that we need there? What are the support in terms of training, awareness, and others that we need? And I'm hoping that in the commissions, we will also, those that have an interest in that area will also guide us. And at the end of this summit, it's quite important that we come up with actionable key initiatives that we can adopt as the industry and implement so that we can see the offshoots that have started showing to really go to its full potential of the construction industry. And we really, as a CIDB, thank you all, but really the work now is about to start, where all of you, the industry participants, will be guiding us as to how to look at certain initiatives. And there are many of our colleagues who are joining us online who have already started submitting proposals. And I plead and pray that we work together for the next 2 days in order to come up with those actions and we can implement so that we can say all of us can adopt that program, and we can say this is what we did in 2025 for the construction industry, and we measure each other's performance against that. And it will make the CIDB, the public works, the sector, a much better environment for us to turning this country to a construction site. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, CEO. Can I ask that we give him a good round of applause to acknowledge the good input he has made? Thank you very much. I'm very much pleased to announce that there has been an amendment or a change on the program. You would have expected the next item on infrastructure project pipeline. There's a decision that that item be removed from the agenda, or from the program, so it will not be done. So we are going to move straight to our panel discussion, and at this point, I guess the minister, the deputy minister, and the MECs will be concluding the discussion, but to save time, we are going to proceed. The MEC from KZN is supposed to be facilitating this discussion, and of course there's the MEC from the Free State who's also part of the panel. We are dealing with that matter, but I think at this point, can we ask our panelists to all come to to take their seats so that we can commence with the discussion. As you can see, their names are there on the program. Can I ask the chairperson of the CIDB to come? Mr. Vivian Reddy also to come to the podium. Let's ask the CEO of SA Growth Point Properties to come as well, Estienne de Klerk. And let's also ask the great prof to also join the team. So are we are missing one panelist. I need guidance on whether the prof is here or not, but it seems maybe that will be clarified as we proceed. So without, okay, I think everybody is here. Now the MEC, I guess will make remarks and inputs when they come, and the MEC of KZN will facilitate the discussions. But I think at this point, let me ask that without much ado, we ask our panelists in the order in which they appear on the program to talk to you. I guess you are ready, welcome, we're ready to start. All okay? So we're going to start with the chairperson of the CIDB, Mr. Nzo. I guess you can lead us, and let me hand over to you. So you know the time that has been allocated. I've already saved this summit lot of time. You can see where we are now. A decisive shift in terms of saving time. So the panel is going to help us with saving more time, and I'm quite sure that will be back on track. But let me hand over to you. Let's put our hands together to welcome.
Thank you. Still good morning. My name is Khulile Nzo, the chairperson of the CIDB. I'm forming part of this panel, and I guess the difficult part will come when I'm being grilled by the moderator. But for now, it's important for us that as the CIDB, we don't talk much, but we listen to our stakeholders that we have invited here as the hosts. As the CIDB, we are trying to make changes to the industry. And I think we would all agree that over the past few years, the CIDB has merely been an entity that simply registers contractors. And that's all we dealt with. And our name is actually Construction Industry Development Board. And for many years, we had lost sight of the D in CIDB. And I think in the last term, of our board, we focused on development in making sure that we create regulatory opportunities for our contractors and all our stakeholders. We've also, on the one hand, emphasized on ensuring that those that participate in the industry are authentic and legitimate. And you would know that in the last few months, we took the decision to deregister those contractors that are fraudulent. Those contractors purport to have capacity. And the reason for this is that we were hammered by the AG that has picked up a trend in our industry, and of which the President alluded to, that there are so many incomplete projects. And part of the problem is the capacity, the authenticity, the legitimacy of our contractors. That contractors collude with people within CIDB to issue gradings that are fraudulent. Some contractors misrepresent, defrauding the system by issuing bank statements that are not legitimate. And it becomes so pathetic and disgusting that a contractor that has no capacity, no knowledge of the industry, gets awarded projects that they cannot do. It is so bad that the level of fraud that is taking place is that contractors issue bank statements with transactions on the 30th of February in an attempt to defraud the system. Now, if you make an attempt to defraud the system to that extent, using the 30th of February as a date, it worries me as to what capacity and what type of building are you going to produce on site. So we do have a problem, and unfortunately we need to be strict. And once we've taken action against the contractors that are said since 2002, we've now deregistered 40 contractors. The issue also comes from the contractors that come back to us and say, but what about the clients? Which is why this summit is so important to the CIDB, because we do have clients that perhaps don't have the capacity to implement infrastructure projects. We have clients that frustrate our contractors through non-payment. We have clients that don't have the technical skills within the departments that they run. We have clients in the municipal space that do not have a clue on how to implement projects. We have consultants and professionals that undercut their fees due to tendering, and as a result cannot sustain themselves, nor do they produce the quality of work that they are required to do. It is also sad to see the number of professional students and their CVs that are not getting employment because of the discounted fees that our professionals are utilizing. This becomes an important session for us as we find those solutions, that we sit around and we see how do we actually tackle these solutions. How do we ensure that the upcoming contractors get the work and the opportunity? It was quite interesting that the AG in our discussion even suggested to us, is tendering the system that we should be looking at? Why don't we look rather at fair pricing for a project? We've seen projects where unduly low tender prices are committed and awarded, and a contractor struggles to finish the job. These are the issues that we need to find solutions for. These are the issues that contractors have come to our desk, to our offices, and knocked on our door and said, please, you need to help us. We need to find solutions around procurement that is being manipulated for certain individuals that are connected to certain people, where the tendering process is not fair, where the tendering process is actually corrupt. These are the solutions that we need to bring. And as CIDB, we want those solutions coming out from our stakeholders. We don't want to sit here and dictate what needs to happen, but we take this session seriously to such an extent that last year, as you've heard from the stats that were read out today, that we've made impact on extortion. Now, the CIDB never imagined and equipped itself to police an industry, but rather to facilitate an industry. And here we are finding ourselves having to police contractors to behave on site. And we are quite certain that those who extort projects should not be part of us. They are not part of this industry. They are not looking and focusing at the D in the development of the industry. So in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, we do not want a talk show. We really rely on your inputs, your wisdom, your participation, so that we can find solutions. I think one of the speakers said we are tired of the diagnosing the problem. I think more or less we agree what the problems are. What is more important is how do we find solutions and what is the solution. And just this morning someone asked me, what is the solution for this non-payment issue? How do we get government to actually pay on time? And these are the questions that need to be asked here with our panelists, with the MECs, to find those solutions, and they must commit to this industry. That 1 trillion rand that the president has committed to, some of it doesn't see its way to this industry, to the people in this room, because some of it is not spent. There are statistics that 60% of the municipalities don't spend their budget, and other departments. Now, this is amount that is budgeted, not money that needs to be sourced somewhere. It's money that ought to filter its way to this industry, to benefit the people in this industry, to benefit our contractors and professionals, suppliers, manufacturers, and in fact, to actually make them rich. And we need to say that we need to be rich as an industry. It's also encouraging that in the last quarter, that this industry has produced 50% of the new jobs. So there is potential in this industry, and therefore we need to fight for it. So ladies and gentlemen, please don't talk. We need to do. Thank you.
Okay, the MEC is here. I think this marks a decisive turning point. MEC, we're ready for you. No, take your seat, settle. So just for you to know where we are, we just took the chairperson of the CIDP, Mr. Nzo, just made his remarks and input, so you can now take over the program. We have only had one speaker. I'm quite sure that you're ready. So let me hand over to you. Otherwise, let's welcome the MEC and we take it from here. Thank you very much. Let me hand over to you, MEC. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and please accept my humblest apologies. Unfortunately, in politics, we all have bosses, so if the president says I have to be in a meeting, I have to be in a meeting. So I do apologize for it, and thank you for the panel members for being patient as well. And we are joined, just so you see, it wasn't only me, we are joined by the MEC from Free State as well, who was in the same meeting as I was. And I'm glad you already started. So let me just see who already spoke. There we go, of course. We start with the people with all the knowledge first. Let me just get to my right place. So I'm going to allow the MEC of Free State just to take her seat first and get herself also sorted. So I'm going to jump. Let me just, sorry, that's now if you rush and then you do, catch yourself out. All right. I'm going to go to Mr. Reddy. Now, Mr. Reddy and I do know each other because you can't live in KwaZulu-Natal and not know Mr. Reddy. So we've had many occasions together. And Mr. Reddy and his organization and his company have always been working very closely with government, and he pushes us, always demanding better, and that's for very, very good reason that he's always pushing us better. And government, we all know, cannot produce by itself, Mr. Reddy, that there has to be that synergy between what government does and what the private sector does. So from an investor's point of view, what reforms could unlock more private capital and encourage long-term development confidence, not only in the province, but also nationally?
Thanks, MEC. Firstly, I must, I know a lot of people sitting in the back there were feeling very hot out here. On stage with the lights, it's even warmer out here. So, we're fortunate now coming in from the province of KwaZulu-Natal that had its amazing, problems more than the rest of the country. We all know about that. And I must compliment the new provincial government of unity, which has really become very pro-developers. They've had an investor conference recently where the Premier and his team have pledged to unlock red tape, to provide infrastructure for developments to occur. And with that background, one of the biggest problems that people sitting, a lot of you in this audience will know, is the issue of access to capital for developers, especially black developers in this country, emerging black developers. And I believe one of the unfortunate situation in South Africa where the Minister of Finance, there's a thing called Section 28 in the Pension Fund Act that allows you to take money offshore. And they increased the threshold from 30% to 45% for pension funds of South African workers to be taken offshore to create employment in Portugal, London, the United States, and the rest of the world, when the employment should be created right here in South Africa. And what we are calling upon in terms of the unlocking, the raising of capital, is that the pension funds are sitting with trillion, all the pension funds, besides the GEPF and PIC and also we're talking about the Sanlams and everyone else and the private pension funds. The pension funds, I believe that organizations like COSATU, the other federations, should call all the pension funds, it's their workers, and insist that they allocate a substantial amount of the funds in terms of Section 28 to support developers in this country. You could unlock hundreds of billions of rands of capital to facilitate these developments, and that will help a great deal because the pension funds criteria is less stringent than banks, and that's why a lot of developers, unless you've got a big balance sheet, it's difficult to get bank funding. With the pension funds, it's much easier, and I believe we could see that construction side. And also, MEC, this falls to the Minister of Public Works and yourself. You advertised lots of plots of land, the Minister, to be sold to the private sector, and there were thousands of bids, and we are hoping that process will also be unlocked as soon as possible so we as developers can take advantage. And as long as there's cranes and job up, the only way we can help with the issue of unemployment in this country is to put more cranes, create that construction site we're talking about. So one of the questions people ask is, how did we do this Oceans Development 5 billion without a cent from the South African banks? And that is where we went out with alternate funding, using pension funds, getting broad-based empowerment involved to raise capital. And that is a big discussion, but I want to say that it's very important that we all work together, and especially with the pension funds, to unlock more capital to facilitate development in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. And, you know, when you talk pension funds, that put a lot of pressure on us because you also don't want to harm pension funds. So it comes down to trust. So I want to go to Mr. de Klerk, and I see he did raise his hand to also just mention about it. But also, is there a trust from investors now in what we're seeing to do this type of investment that Mr. Reddy is talking about? Mr. de Klerk.
Yeah, so maybe just as a bit of an introduction for those that don't know, Growthpoint Properties is South Africa's largest real estate investment company. It's also the 38th largest listed company on the JSE. And the history of the company was it started several years ago, but in 2001 it literally consisted of 15 properties worth about 100 million rand. And today it has a broad investment base of over 70-odd billion rands worth of assets in South Africa and 155 billion rands worth of assets globally. And that was built on the back of trust and investment into real estate, and not just buying existing real estate, but also developing new real estate. So when thinking about your industry, what are the catalysts that drive the business for you is ultimately either developers or property investors on the one side, so the private sector companies, or on the other side, it would be government infrastructure spend that is driving the activity in your sector. Now, if you want to attract investors into a sector, and maybe it's a bit controversial in this municipality, is you can't provide uncertainty in terms of land ownership. People must understand that if they buy a piece of land, then they're going to own it, and they can develop on it, and they can put a lease in place, and it will be a proper investment case. So certainly that's the first thing. You need certainty on ownership. Then you need just clear policy, and you need a very good environment from an economic perspective, because ultimately our business is being driven by demand. So if there's companies growing and they need more space for logistics or for shopping centers or for office buildings, then that's when we do more business, and that's ultimately when you do more business. So at the moment, our portfolio of offices are full in KwaZulu-Natal, as an example. We are starting to build new offices in KwaZulu-Natal today. So it's a very, very simple market-driven, and we are all connected. So the other very big overlay here is, of course, municipalities, right? So we as citizens are very exposed to our municipalities in terms of the services that we provide. Now, I think Mike Tyson said it's a good plan goes out the window as soon as you get hit in the nose, right? And the reality is that when we as property investors hit the tarmac, often there's no tarmac to be seen in these areas. So we increasingly having to provide infrastructure which is actually general municipal infrastructure, and that is something that we're asking the municipalities, and we're putting a lot of effort into discussions with the municipalities to try and provide additional. So if you've got certainty, you've got good municipalities, and you'll see the good municipalities in this country, they are attracting the investment, and the pension funds very much are supporting the growth in the real estate sector. And as interest rates come down, our cost of capital reduces. So in other words, money becomes cheaper, the deals start working, and the tenants can start afford the rentals. And ultimately, that's a big part of where the construction sector plays a huge role. So if construction is too expensive, or if it takes too long, or if it overruns, the expression of time is money is very, very real. So if you've built a R1 billion project and it overruns by 1 month, the cost of that is directly just in interest, about 9 million rand. So every month you're late, it costs us 9 million rand, which means that either the return to the investor is going to be lower, or ultimately the poor tenant has to pay more rental. Now, for us as South Africans, we have to be competitive in the global markets, and we are all interlinked in the global markets. And our cost of capital gets determined by how efficient we are in this country and how good our policy is. And the growth in our country is very, very much dependent on our ability to attract capital, not just as a sector for the private sector, but also as government. And over the past period, with the amount of volatility that there has been, it has made it very, very difficult for the sector. But I agree, I think that the sector is turning, and we're starting to see construction really bloom. I mean, at any one stage now, Growth Point, together on balance sheet as well through the V&A, we must have roughly about 6 to 8 billion rands worth of development currently underway.
Fantastic. And the politician's version of that saying of Mike Tyson is a good plan goes out the door the moment the first ballot is cast. But it's basically the same thing. And I'm happy to hear about KZN. Our department has a few buildings that are up for sale. If you don't mind food stewards, then you're more than welcome to come and talk to us. MEC, now I must first declare my love for the Free State, because I'm an old Free State boy. I matriculated in Bloemfontein, and it will always be my second province after KZN. So I must just say that beforehand, before people say I'm giving the MEC a soft ride today. And the Free State might be shaped like a kidney, but it's the heart of South Africa, because it's right in the center, and you can't go anywhere without going through the Free State. And we heard what was said by the two previous speakers. And when it comes to trust, it really also comes down to government being transparent, about inclusion, about the quality that we provide. So how can provinces, and your province is very rural, how can provinces strengthen delivery capacity while ensuring that transparency, inclusion, and quality that brings about the trust?
Thank you very much, Program Director, my colleague, MEC. My name is Dibulelo Manje. I'd like to introduce myself because it's important to pronounce my surname properly. I'm the MEC for Department of Public Works and Infrastructure from the Free State Province. Key to everything else is for us to acknowledge that the construction industry is a powerful catalyst for development, and it employs thousands. It also drives demand in as far as materials is concerned. It links directly to provincial growth and development strategies or priorities. Earlier in our conversation, we agreed in principle, and we all, the House was overwhelmingly agreeing with us that the industry has grown so much in the last quarter. And equally, the construction contributes 3% to the GDP. Now, with all this, there are so enormous pressures when it comes to this particular industry. Slow infrastructure rollouts, shrinking budgets, and skills losses. And I'm sure when I'm speaking about shrinking budgets, this is a conversation that we just had with His Excellency on the sidelines. But also, we cannot succeed without coordination. I'm sure this is one of the key elements that we must agree, that Public Works on its own, as a department, will not succeed on its own. Government then came up with a program to say, let's look at DDM. How do we consolidate our work in ensuring that we are all coordinated? One district, one plan, one budget. But key to everything else is to ensure that we are coordinated in a form of ensuring that the work is done and we implement, we deliver as expected. Program Director, I know you asked me a specific question, but I've diverted for a specific reason, that there must be a clear understanding from all of us that building infrastructure is not going to be a one-size-fits-all program or arrangement. We would require everybody to participate and play their part, because there are challenges in building this particular industry: fiscal constraint, late payments to contractors, skills erosion, irregular or regulatory hurdles in as far as PIC is concerned in National Treasury, and so on and so on. There's a huge backlog in as far as infrastructure is concerned. However, we ought to appreciate that if we were to deliver, we must be transparent in the procurement process to ensure that project management is done thorough. Therefore, there's a need for open data systems. There's a need for public reporting on projects' progress, so that our communities, everybody who's participating in the particular industry is able to be on par in terms of where we are. But key to everything else is also strong community monitoring mechanisms, because there's no point in building infrastructure when communities are not involved. Therefore, it is important to make sure that we build this particular, we build transparency, we build relationships with our communities. But everything else goes back to how do we implement to ensure that service delivery is at the center. Quality assurance must be done. We must ensure that corruption is dealt with within the industry. And I'm happy as MECs from different provinces, this is one element that we agreed to say, one, we need to build an industry that is corruption-free, because whenever we are unable to finish our projects, it's not only government that is going to suffer. The person who's supposed to benefit out of it is those kids who are still sitting in the rural areas, those men and women who are supposed to be utilizing the hospitals to ensure that they get health services. But everything else must also come back to transformation. When we do this work, transformation is key. Women and youth must benefit from the industry, from the mainstream of our economy. Therefore, in everything that we do, we must also consider transformation as a critical aspect to develop this particular country.
Thank you so much. And I think that word transformation is one that we talk a lot about, but I don't think we always conceptualize exactly what it means for each industry. So I think it's very important that you raise that. But transformation also these days means technological transformation and adapting to a world that's changing much faster than we ever knew before. So, Prof, and I see you also there for my favorite province in the Free State. So we are well represented, or my second favorite province, before I get fired by the Premier who's here. And especially, I see here, especially the work you've done around AI. I joked yesterday, or a few days ago, I joked and I said, politicians are safe. We're the only job that's not going to be replaced by AI. And then I read that there's now in the country of Albania, they appointed a minister who's AI. They've appointed an AI minister. So apparently my job is not so safe anymore. So we all should worry a little bit. But I think it's all about the opportunities it brings. So Prof, from your side, what educational and technological reforms are needed to prepare South Africa's construction workforce for this digital era that we are now in?
Okay, I hope I'm audible. Thank you so much, Program Director. I'm actually very, very happy. I'm so excited because since I came yesterday, just this moment is the first time I heard the Free State being mentioned, because I was beginning to wonder, we are talking inclusivity, and the Free State is nowhere to be mentioned. This morning, we talk about institutions. We're not there. I'm like, but we're supposed to be inclusive. What's going on? So thank you so much for that, because yes, I'm Kahilu, and I'm coming from the Free State, allegedly the only state that is truly, entirely free in the whole wide world. Thank you so much. So coming to this, I think for me, the question that we've asked, first of all, I just want to put it out there that I'm speaking for all academics in all institutions when we talk about it, because such a gathering is really important, because most of the times you find maybe the national government, the provincial government, when you have your functions or you have events, you're speaking to yourselves. A lot of us academics, we do have a lot of these engagements. Even just yesterday, we had one big one in Cape Town, but you find it's just the academics. And I'm sure those who are coming from the civil society, they do the same. But we never come under one roof. And with the kind of challenges that we have in the construction industry, the only way we can really move forward is if we have everybody, the way we have the government, the contractors, the financiers, the academics. And for academic institutions, we play a critical role as the knowledge interchange partners. You mostly have to do the decision making, you have to implement projects, but we are driving this key towards, let's have more of decision-based, evidence-based decisions that we can make, and also knowledge-driven project implementation. How do we do that? We have to bring in the academics. A lot of the work, there are a lot of missed opportunities, because a lot of academics, I know there's some work which is out there which is making a lot of impact with policy, but a lot of the work that is done ends up in outlets you don't even read, you don't even see. If I talk about Q1 journal, Q2 journal, you'll be like, what is that? But we want that work to have impact in the community, because we do impactful research, but we have a missed opportunity in terms of the collaboration. The link between the industry, the research, and the teaching is sort of weak, and we are advocating, let us not just talk, but let us make sure that as an institution, because there's so many areas where we can come in, and this has to be national. If you look at the Free State, the Northern Cape would capture that whole area. Moving into SADC, Lesotho is already engulfed. And just to allow that, so that we look at each area, what are the different needs, because there'll be no one formula that fits all. In this age of technology, of course, we can't just not go there, because whether we like it or not, technology is here. But we have to look at it from different angles and look at different areas. What kind of technology are we going to use, when and where? What are the current systems that we have? What is the current technology? And the systems, how do they work, the old system, can they work with the new technology? Do we need to bring in new technology? So those are some of the things that we need to look at. And who better to partner with than academics to try to dissect even this program that we're talking about, the half-belt action, which is really a commendable thing that you have going. There are a lot of issues that have been unpacked, and we want to play a key role in just helping dissect that, and also to maybe scale it out there in terms of how do we really go about. We are the production house. We're training students. Think of it as professionals in training. That's the training ground. How do we partner better to make sure that we're going to produce students who are digitally skilled, students who are ethically grounded, because that is part of what they're bringing into the industry. So already if we can partner with the industry in real projects where the industry can come in, and we're talking financial contractors, all houses, all stakeholders, to already get the students to have a feel. Support our work integrated programs. Let us do pilot projects on certain technologies that they can apply. AI, whether it's BIM, and a whole lot of hosts that we can. And I think from the academics, really, that is where we see ourselves in terms of we are playing a role, but I think because of the collaboration, the fragmentation that is there, the impact is not very much felt. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I think, Prof, that, there's quite often from the private sector and government, the accusation is made that academics are sitting in ivory towers. They don't understand our needs on the ground. And from the other side, the academics will say that, especially government, but in a lesser sense, the private sector doesn't adapt quick enough and doesn't embrace the new changes. So you're saying the key to that actually is just communication, sitting down and actually having these discussions, or what do you think? How do we bridge that gap that seems to be there?
Yeah, would like to have this discussion, but it must not just end a discussion. Like when we leave here, I want to go with my MEC there, and then we continue the thing. I want to have growth point. Let it not just end here. Let us go out. Let us start making plans really where we see. And that would also help even the institutions. We are competitors, but we are collaborators because we still work within the same pool, and we're all working to try and make the construction industry site. How is it going to become a site if each person is doing their own thing? So yeah, there could be, maybe it's like the chicken egg sort of thing where this one maybe is waiting for the other, but we're coming out now. Maybe we didn't come out loud enough. So I want to use this opportunity to say we are ready. We have the resources, we have even students, we have staff, but really is trying to come up with, are there certain programs that we can implement, we can come up with? Research related, we can support on certain programs that needs to be implemented, we can brainstorm, we can problem solve. So there's a whole lot of resources, some of it lying dormant because opportunities are there, but they're not there. So I think it's really trying to come up with, can we come up, like the Chair said in terms of CEO, in terms of we're going to have actionable items at the end of the day. So at the end of the summit, yes, let's have and say, okay, maybe next year we can come and report. We say this, what plans did you come up with? What have you done so far? That way there's also that, and then we can see how we're doing that.
And I've also read recently there's some exciting things being done regarding procurement and AI. So I think there's some wonderful times for us lying ahead. The most important part of this plenary is actually what we hear from the audience, but I want to ask one last very quick question, and we'll start at the end there. And I know it's hard for the politicians on the stage, but I'm going to ask everybody just 2 sentences. Your first sentence is, what do you think, from your perspective, is the biggest challenge for South Africa's construction industry, and what is our biggest opportunity? And just those 2 sentences, what's the biggest challenge, what's the biggest opportunity? We'll start at the end there and then come back this side.
Hi. Thanks. What a complicated question. I wish you had started on the other end there.
No.
Look, there are so many, and I can't even think which ones has more priority than the other. But obviously, the extortion and crime is a big problem within our industry. The opportunities that are there, or the lack of opportunities, and of course, maybe from a CIDB perspective, is the under expenditure. You know, we always give these figures, the 1 trillion in the medium term, and it really doesn't get down to the ground. And for us, perhaps, as an entity that wants to see development and the growth of the industry, transformation, etc., that becomes a big hindrance because the money is there, the money is spoken about, but it doesn't come down. So efficiencies around client departments, your public works, and making sure that they roll those projects and the contractors and manufacturers and suppliers benefit, then all is good. And I think I'll leave the other challenge to the 2 gentlemen here from the private sector, because I'd like to hear how they actually could assist on transformation, because that's another challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. MEC, same question.
I hope you'll allow me seven sentences because I allowed you a whole lot. On a lighter note, the industry, we are a potential biggest employer in the country. And the last quarter outcomes are a clear indication that if we're to be more coordinated, we can achieve more. And that speaks to the development of the country. That is an opportunity for us as the industry. The challenge, President has indicated that there is no new money. We have to work with what we have. However, what is key is efficiency and effectiveness to drive this particular economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was almost two. Mr. de Klerk, from your side.
Yeah, I think I would distill the challenges boils down to regulation, red tape, and then skills for the construction sector. So our experience is that, you know, good quality management on site is pretty challenging. And I think the opportunity is that, you know, we are a developing country, and if we can get our policies right and attract capital, we can be a Dubai of Africa. We have the skill sets, we have the infrastructure and the know-how, and we have actually the capital within the country's saving system to be able to unlock this economy.
Thank you so much. And before I go to Mr. Reddy, I'll just remind him I did slip him 20 Rand to say opportunity is the wonderful MEC for public works and infrastructure. But Mr. Reddy, from your side, what do you think is our opportunity and our challenge?
And I think looking at the audience here, they will agree that one of the biggest problems in the challenge we face is access to jobs and contracts by SMMEs in this country. And I want to tell you what we did on the oceans development. We ensured that the main contractor actually achieved a 75% involvement of SMMEs. And we achieved it. Of the 5 billion here, 2.5 billion went to SMMEs. You've got to put it into the contract, you've got to force people to do it. And one of the other things we did is also the big challenge is the lack of black professional leaders, even in the construction industry, contracts managers, engineers. And what we've achieved in Oceans by putting making it a condition of the contract on the main contractor that by the time the third tower was built, it had to be done by a complete team of black construction individuals. And I'm pleased to report that the new tower, 1.4 billion, been done by a black gentleman as the leader, assisted by 5 black women engineers. And that's how we transform things. If you want transformation, you've got to be very, very firm about it, and you've got to be unapologetic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think that deserves another round of applause from the... And then, Prof, to you, last, the challenges and opportunities.
Yeah, Program Director. I think it's unfortunate that you had to say one each. I was hoping you'd say 10 each, would have had 50 here, because we have a lot of challenges in the construction industry. And when you have a lot of challenges, for each challenge, you have an opportunity, which means you would have at least another 50 opportunities. But having said that, I concur with all the opportunities that have been highlighted by my fellow speakers here, as well as the opportunities. So if we look at the challenges, there are many. But also what is key is that we're not optimizing on the people. We don't leverage the people, the skills, not even technology. So there already lies a lot of opportunity in terms of just the skills that we have. And in terms of opportunity for us to optimize people, as well as the technology, we have to be intentional in everything that we do. Even with the transformation, if we are not deliberate, if we are not intentional, we cannot achieve what we want to achieve. So collaboration, partnership is key. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think what we heard here from the stage, there is a lot of opportunity, but these challenges, not one of these challenges mentioned cannot be overcome. Yeah. These are all challenges that we can face, and we face many challenges as a nation in the past, and the opportunities far outweighs the challenges from what I've heard. Now we're going to go to the most important people, and it's not the people on the stage, it's actually people sitting in the hall. This is quite a large hall, so I'm not 100% sure how we're going to manage this. But we're going to take 4 questions at the start. I'm just going to stand because that light is quite bright. Is there a roaming mic around? Let me just get indication of that first. Is there a roving mic around? Because otherwise we won't hear. There is. All right. There's 2 questions that side. In the middle block, is there any hands? They're right in the back. So we'll start with that. When I ask your hand again, don't cheat anybody else, that same person, but the 2 people there in the left, if you can have those questions first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zanele Mofukengi, all the way from Springs. I just have so many questions. I hope you'll come back. But for now, let me just ask one. Can we see data? Can we see your data from grade 1 to grade 9? We want to see transformation. That's number 1. And then number 2, we want to know more about methodologies in terms of the first lady who spoke. She spoke about quality assurance. And as a person in grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, from the township, who happens to see a principal contractor, I don't know how long, and if I happen to travel, what is that quality assurance? What are the methodologies? What are you talking about? Thank you.
Thank you. There was a second hand there.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Chair, Mr. Nzo Khulile, you spoke about challenges of which are experienced in the industry as well as in government. Challenges of underperforming contractors, non-payment by government, and misrepresentation through bank statements. The new challenge that we are experiencing is in the industry as well as in government is the new, not new as such, because it is a law thing where you allow sessions and assignments. This conflicts directly with Section 217 of the Constitution because you have disallowed one contractor to go ahead who had capacity to do the business, and allow somebody who has under-costed and then ask for a session or an assignment. So we have a problem there that I think when we come out of here, it will be addressed. Mr. Vivian Reddy, please leave our pensions alone. At the moment, PIC cannot account for the GPF. So please just leave that alone and look somewhere else for capital.
All right, if you could round up, because we still have one more question and then we have to go back to the panel.
Thank you. MEC Dibule, quality assurance. In provinces, we have got universities, 2 universities that were constructed, two new universities constructed, fully constructed, but we have courts. One court is in the Northern Cape, brand new. Now it's useless, it's even closed. What do we say in this? I know you come from Free State, but I'm talking from the perspective of government and the industry as well, because you are talking about quality assurance. Prof, there is gatekeeping in terms of academics. And it is unfortunate that we need to be partners, but we don't address the issue of gatekeeping. New ideas that are brought by students, because of this lack of knowledge of how government works by academics, the partnership will never happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to that hand that was in the middle block. If you just raise your hand again, please. It will take some time for the microphone to get to you. And then we'll go back to the panel. And just remember to introduce yourself. And if you're asking a specific person, just to who you're asking the question to. All right, have we managed to find a person? There we go, okay.
Thanks a lot. My name is Paul Munisi. My question, it will be directed to the growth properties clerk. And especially even all other panel members, maybe if they can assist on this one. The problem and the challenges we have, many contractors, is to go through these private developments which are happening. The same as growth properties. It seems as if they have their own permanent contractors whom obviously is difficult for us to go through. And I can say, especially on the trades, they have one race which is running there. We African can't make it. Our request is that what should be done to find ourselves being part of those development, because many are happening, especially in Gauteng. We have a lot of development which are done by private companies, Atago and everything. But I can tell you, you go there and check, you'll find that all of them are not done by, are led by one race, and it's painful. Can you please give an opportunity, as many as you are here in this hall, to be part of those development? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the point there is about spreading of opportunities, which also speaks to government. Unfortunately, from CIDB, they had to go to a press briefing that was scheduled. But I've just gotten the assurance that in a later time when they're going to be on stage, the data that's been asked for, they will provide that data for us at a bit later stage. So we haven't forgotten about the data. I'm going to go, there was questions was sort of spread for everyone, I think. So I'll start again with MEC. No, let's switch it around, Prof. We'll start with Prof, and there was specifically the question about gatekeeping, but all the other questions as well, if you want to touch on it, and then we'll move that way.
Okay. Am I on?
Is Prof audible?
No, I don't think so. Okay, no, I'm on. Thank you so much for that question as well as comment. In terms of gatekeeping, it is true, like most organizations, bureaucracy, gatekeeping, and all those things are there, constantly fighting to find a way to deal with them. But I'm an optimist. I look at things half full and not the half empty. So I wouldn't say already upfront to say these partnerships will never work, because there are ways that we can make some of these things work, including not only doing things the way we've always done them, or maybe something needs to be done this way. Just giving an example, for example, even just doing masters or doing PhDs, the traditional way, your PhD, you have to have this topic, you're going to spend 3-4 years do a PhD in a certain way, but to also be able to accommodate different pathways, to accommodate people who are in industry, maybe who see things differently. For example, now you find there are PhDs that you can do by, say, articles that we talk about, not the traditional way. That already is a way of showing even the university can change, looking at things differently. We get supervisors from the industry, so there's partnerships. You can be in the industry, an expert in the industry. I have a student who's doing something in property development. You come in, so we cannot say there's gatekeeping, things will not work. The industry could even come to us, there's this problem in the industry, how do we get around it? We put our heads together. You're going to sponsor, Mr. Reddy, you're going to sponsor the student, do funding, maybe be a co-supervisor, something like that, for us to come up with a solution. Because we are in the business of co-creating knowledge, but not creating knowledge for the sake of it. We want to create knowledge that is useful, that can drive practical solutions. So I believe firmly, despite there being gatekeeping and all this bureaucracy, there are some things that we can do. And if we do them actually in partnerships, then I think that is already a step ahead. And we're headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Reddy, there was the question regarding pensions, but also you can touch on how do we spread opportunities amongst contractors?
I think the idea of spreading opportunities, and I want to talk about another opportunity that Esther and I did discuss. We as property developers are finding that there is a lack of big construction companies in South Africa. And with the result, the one company that's standing is so overcommitted, we have challenges. And I'm urging people to get together, 5, 10 companies, create a medium-sized company or a construction company. It's better to have 10% of a larger cake than 100% of a small cake, and you could help the industry in a big way. I want to deal, I think it's very important to come to the defense of the PIC. I think people, you know, sometimes with negative publicity, the PIC handles 25,000 investments. They got some great. They, together with Growth Point, own the V&A waterfront. Together with Liberty Properties, they own the Sandton City. Great investment. I could sit here and talk about 1,000. We must not judge people by the press. A few, there's rotten eggs. There are people. But the same thing, like how we condemn the whole government because of a few misdemeanors. We must actually start looking at things objectively and don't have an overall condemnation. And the reality is, most pension funds across the country, across the world, invest in infrastructure, because with good investment you get good returns. And that's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Then to you, Mr. de Klerk, also about diversity.
Sure. So I think Vivian's obviously touched on, broadening the base, and he's highlighted pretty much most in both of his answers. But I think one example of what we have actively done to try and improve access for smaller subbies and contractors is we've started an initiative probably 12, 13 years ago called Property Point. And what Property Point does, it's like if you want to call it, a university for subcontractors, and develops those subcontractors. So you'll maybe find somebody that has a bakkie and has paint and wants to be a painter, but doesn't understand how to quote, doesn't understand all the risk mitigation factors that public companies require in terms of the legislation that we have to meet. So what we do is we train the people, and then we actually give them contracts to participate. And in fact, what happens these days, even on our bigger projects, before that project even sees the light of day or before a spade goes into the ground, our Property Point team is out in the local community finding out who are the subcontractors in that area, so who is actually the local community. And this was a way to circumnavigate our experience of the mafia kind of conduct. So the local community tend to discipline the mafia pretty quickly if they have been empowered in these processes. And more than 30% of any of these contracts are actually being delivered into those local communities. So I think there are quite a few initiatives. Property Point now has become an industry initiative, and the Small Development Agency has also participated. There's many real estate companies participating in that initiative, and it develops contractors and is definitely broadening the base. As part of any contract, there's a procurement process. And in that process, transformation is one of the key metrics that is scored as part of that adjudication. And there has to be appreciated that there's different scale projects, right? So you'll have a discovery scale, which is obviously on the large end. If you had to develop 100,000 square meters of office building, it is very different from a smaller works project or tenant installation. And if you look right throughout that feeding chain, there is opportunity throughout. And I think the gentleman will be surprised how different the profiles are right across the board from what he perceives that to be. So I think the reality and the perception, often there is a gap.
Thank you. And MEC, I think even in the public sector, we struggle that, especially when we get to our bigger projects that needs grade 8 and 9 contractors, we also don't always spoiled for choice. So I think even us have to discuss in the public sector, how do we spread out the opportunities? But there was also the question to you about the quality of government work and the quality assurance.
You know, with the team that I came with here, I did not come alone. I came with officials from the department, especially from PMU unit. Because most of the time, this is what we need to focus on. We shouldn't be focusing on or be obsessed with cutting ribbons, but we should be focusing on the asset life of the infrastructure that we're building. Now, in the department, majority of the professionals are women, by the way. Each individual project ought to have a project manager from the department who oversees the project. Now, quality assurance should be embedded in each and every step of the project. But over and above that, when we appoint contractors, we appoint consultants whom are accountable in ensuring that the contractors are doing their work. But as the department ourselves, we have got individual project managers who account in terms of how is the project navigating. Key to everything else, I'm sure MECs will agree with us that social facilitation has been a key conversation among ourselves to a point whereby there is this particular framework that has been taken to cabinet by the minister, is to deal with what the gentleman has raised, that you've got a court somewhere that is not utilized, that is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, is because we can't build without consulting communities. You can build a clinic here, but only to find out a community needs a school. You can build... My mic is off, okay. Therefore, public consultations are quite critical in terms of infrastructure delivery, so that we use our resources where they are most needed, instead of building willy-nilly without necessarily engaging communities. However, I must also indicate, standardization in government is quite key, and this is a conversation that is taking place, that we want to minimize on consultants. We want in actual fact, Free State Province has brought this conversation to MINMAC to say, can we look at indemnity insurance so that our engineers, our professionals can take responsibility in as far as the delivery of infrastructure is concerned. But once that can pass, most probably issues of quality assurance will not be questions that will come up, because we would be taking responsibility as officials, as professionals within the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I know that not everybody in the crowd will be happy, because I'm not going to do another round of questions. The person sitting in front and doing the facilitation is a bit like the MEC of Finance, never popular. So unfortunately, that's just the role we have to play. But colleagues, I will also remind you that the biggest part of an event like this is actually the networking. And I think the networking opportunities, networking doesn't work well from a stage to a crowd. Networking works much better around the coffee, and that's a hint to that I really need coffee, and around lunch and all of those type of places. So this is not the end of the discussion. This is just to start the discussion, and when we mingle with each other and go to our commissions and all of that, this discussion will most definitely continue there. And I think what we've heard, I'm not going to give the panel members a last chance. I think they've said their piece, especially about the opportunities and the challenges. But I think there's a lot of lessons that we've learned here today, and a lot of lessons still yet to be learned. And something I didn't hear mentioned too much, but I think that's at the back of everybody's mind, for instance, is red tape. Yeah. And I think just getting rid of the red tape will unlock a lot of these opportunities. The red is not my favorite color for many reasons, but one of them is the tape that we use. So I do think that is something we have to look at. I think the movement against crime on our construction sites is a very positive, and the numbers we're seeing is very, very positive. But that capacity is something that we still need to build. And I think the province I'm from, we have a strong metro area and deeply rural areas. And while capacity is very easy for us in our metro area, we really sometimes struggle to build that capacity. And I think that's another opportunity for us to partner with the private sector, and we heard what is happening there. So, colleagues, thank you for this very wonderful opportunity to also sit on the stage with people that know far more than me. And I think it's very clear to us that the future of South Africa's construction industry depends on how well we connect policy to practice, and sometimes that disconnect we don't overcome, innovation to inclusion, and plans to people. Together we can build a construction sector that truly builds South Africa. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Before we go, sorry, I almost forget my one important task. Members of the media are cordially invited to avail themselves for the media briefing to be held in the International Building in the auditorium room. The room is situated near the main entrance. The time will be 12:30 and all media houses are invited. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's clap for them to appreciate. So, I don't see the Deputy Minister here. I would have said to him, in terms of time, we have a surplus of 3 minutes. So we didn't finish it. Actually, we are done. Just 3 minutes before. So I wish, so you can give yourself a good round of applause. 3 minutes back. That's how efficient and effective we've been. At this point, can I ask the CEO to make announcements? And then after his announcements, just follow what he's going to say. Let's welcome him to make announcements.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'll try to stick within the 3 minutes so that the data is correct. Yeah,
We are done. It's just announcement.
it's just announcement. Good people, we are going to break now for lunch, and immediately after lunch, we will go to our commissions. Colleagues, that's the most important part of the summit like this, because that's where we need to, from the questions that have been asked to the solutions, so that tomorrow we can finalize this to the program that we need to do. So I would implore everyone to remain for the commissions. Our commissions, there are 4 of them, and many have pre-selected which commissions they are attending, where Commission 1 is dealing with industry performance, Commission 2, sustainability and infrastructure, resilience and innovations, Commission 3, transformation, skills development and inclusivity, and then Commission 4, governance and regulatory compliance, which are the issues that were discussed here. So the lunch is from now at 12:30 to 1:15. So at 1:15, we should be seated in our commission, and I would ask all the commission leaders, our MECs, and the facilitators, and the participants to be in the commission venues at least at 1, so we can finalize the setup and we can speak with our colleagues. Our ushers are outside. I will ask that all our MECs, speakers, and all the board members of the CIDB, CEOs of entities, HOD, they go back to the holding room by the reception, to those holding rooms where they were. And all our other colleagues from the industry, our lunch venues are 2. The closest one, don't worry, I'm not going to finish the food in that one. It's just around the corner here. And Msizi is not going to finish the food on the other one, just opposite that one. So, yeah, so we will ask that, through you, Chairperson, that we release our MECs and our speakers and our HODs back to the holding room. And then our ushers are all wearing gray T-shirts and are just outside the door, but it is where the restaurant is by where you entered. Please do come through. And if I had powers of dictatorships, I would lock the gates. No one leaves up until 4 o'clock, but let's try our best, colleagues.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like I was introduced earlier, my name is Deliberations, the MEC of Public Works and Infrastructure. I am a commission leader for Commission 1, and we are happy to have you, Minister, amongst us, and the chair of the board. It is with great honor to welcome you to this particular commission of the National Construction Summit 2025, held under the theme Unlocking Infrastructure Delivery. This commission, colleagues, focusing on industry performance improvement, goes to the very heart of South Africa's infrastructure agenda, our shared determination to build a construction sector that delivers efficiently, equitably, as well as sustainably for all our people. I take note that we are a little bit behind schedule, most probably because other colleagues or other guests are still eating. However, we saw it fit that we must proceed with the work and the business of the commissions. As a commission leader, mine is to assist the commission to narrow its business to what we want to achieve out of it. The commission's deliberations will therefore focus on some of the interrelated priorities. One will be performance measures or measurement and benchmarking, where we must re-establish reliable indicators and data systems that measure how well the industry is performing nationally. Secondly, our focus will be on improving delivery efficiencies and accountability, something that the President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, spoke to, including the Minister. Thirdly, we will be focusing on driving innovation skills and transformation. And fourthly, we will be focusing on institutional collaboration and shared learning. Colleagues, guests, Minister, and all distinguished guests, ours is simply to ensure that we focus our discussions around the matters that are quite key. There are 4 commissions that are taking place alongside ours with specific topics. So my sincere request to all of us seated here and those who are going to participate from the floor here in plenary is to please, let's try by all means to stick to the topic of the commission so that we don't do what the minister will always say is duplicate of effort. We must be able to be focused on what we need to do. The commission is led by myself, but there are panelists amongst us who come from different sectors. And I'm happy amongst us we've got the Auditor General's office. Before I introduce the panel, the discussion leader is Professor Clinton, who comes from the University of Johannesburg. He'll be leading us in terms of conversing around the specific matters. Prof, can you kindly raise your hand or say hi? You see, it's nice to have younger MECs. They are quite versatile. Ordinarily, we would have said, can you clap hands? No, we must say hi. Amongst our panelists, we've got Professor Abimbola Vindopa from the University of Cape Town. Prof, how, they don't respond back. They just say, Haibo. We also have Ms. Zimbini Hill, who's the chairperson of IDT. Thank you very much. We've got the CEO of Lubacon Group, Ndate Lungisa Tshele. We are also honored by one of the directors at CIDB, Mr. Ishmael Kasim, who is a director for Construction Industry Development Board. Lastly but not least, we've got a CEO from Consulting Engineers South Africa, Ndate Mr. Chris Campbell. Amongst us, We also have the Office of the Auditor General, which I'm happy that they are part of our panel. We will be able to discuss why they audit us and not audit client departments, and how do we navigate the journey of clean audit, because clean audit shows commitment and capability of the state to deliver services within time, within the that they have. Ntate Andres Sekhetso. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm now going to hand over to Prof. Clinton to take over from here and lead the discussion with all panelists. Ground rules. Ground rules. I know they've been set earlier. We request that those who are there at the back, I know those are your chairs that you were seated at during plenary session. If you can kindly come closer so that we can see you. And when cameras are moving around, it does not look empty in between, but we kindly request all our guests to come closer. They will then move back to their actual chairs at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished delegates, MEC, thank you very much. We're also very privileged, as we have said, to have the minister here with us. Allow me to begin by extending my appreciation to the Department of Public Works and the organizers of this particular year's event, the CIDB. For me, it's an honor to actually lead the discussion in this particular panel. I'm sure colleagues attending this section, the panel is very rich. It's not a double booking. The first thing I want to talk about quickly before we go into the question section is that from the angle of I'm representing the University of Johannesburg CIDB Center of Excellence as the director. We are currently working with the CIDB on this particular study. I just want to quickly highlight some of the few points that we have found from the review of literature relating to industry performance study generally. The first thing that we have found from literature is that there is a consistent underperformance in project delivering outcomes. That's one of the things that we have found from the study that we are currently undertaking in terms of the desktop study. And also, we realize that in terms of this particular indicator, it kind of really relates strongly to cost and time performance. And we also found that 60% of public projects actually suffer from this particular issue. And the other aspect is that the sector currently suffer from low productivity, which we know very well, and also there is the aspect of the limited innovation uptake. And when we compare this with the middle income economies, you realize that the South African construction productivity kind of really have levels that have stagnated for more than 2 decades now. Also, the other aspect we also found from the literature is that there's the issue of skill shortages. And skill shortages and capacity constraints is an aspect we have found from literature that continues to weaken project performance. And the literature also knows that the average age of the skilled artisans and built environment professionals at the moment exceeds 50 years. I'm sure this is kind of really something that should worry us, while at the same time, the pipeline of new entrants from our TVET colleges and also universities kind of really remains inadequate. The fourth issue we also found, which as we talked about today extensively in different discussion, is the issue of payments delays. I also talk about the cost performance and also the aspect of cash flow instability, particularly for small and emerging enterprises. I think this remains a major deterrent to performance. And the fifth one is the aspect of health and safety, which never goes away. And that's why the aspect of innovative technology is something that we need to really look at. And finally, I think the most important aspect was the governance and accountability mechanisms, that this remains very, very inconsistent. So ladies and gentlemen, like as the MEC has already pitched, the purpose of this particular commission, our objectives, colleagues and panelists, is to try to identify key performance indicators that can be adopted nationally to measure and to benchmark industry efficiency industry productivity, and also likewise aspect of accountability, which you cannot take our minds from. The other aspect I also want us to look at as part of our objective is also try to deliberate on institutional and policy mechanisms for improving project performance. I think this is long overdue. Performance in terms of procurement reforms, digital integration, and also how do we enhance monitoring systems like the Minister talked about earlier today. And lastly, our other objectives is to see how do we formulate practical recommendations that we inform the forthcoming declaration on unlocking infrastructure delivery. So, ladies and gentlemen, our discussion this afternoon is not about apportioning blames. It is about how do we charter a path forward. So I believe that the CIDB's renewed strategic vision kind of really emphasize on performance excellence and also transformation and inclusivity. So I think looking forward, we're going to be hearing from the panelists just a 3-minute speech in terms of looking at the performance of the industry. Where do you think we should be? What are the things that you basically envisage that we should be doing to actually move the industry forward, considering that we have been doing very well. There's a lot of funding that have been injected. So we're going to be hearing from them between 2 to 3 minutes, just a quick summary before we go into the informed question. So I'm going to start from Mr. Andres.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, colleagues and distinguished guests, my name is Andres Segeto from the Office of the AG. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and all protocol observed. So from our point of view, obviously we've got a particular role that I need to just escalate or elevate for the purpose of creating common understanding. So the Office of the AG, as we are all aware, is primarily tasked with conducting the audits of public sector institutions, including the public works portfolio and the CIDB. So therefore, we are primarily concerned with issues of protection of state resources insofar as it relates to the deployment of these resources to achieve certain government objectives. Now, having said that, as the Office of the AG, we've also invested over the years quite extensively in building institutional capacity in order for us to be able to do certain work, because you would appreciate, I'm an accountant, I'm an auditor by training, trade, and qualification, and therefore I then move into the built environment and I'm expected to audit the built environment and then provide certain recommendations. Through the extensive investment in the capacity, we've been able to identify that you've correctly underscored, Chairperson, or highlighted a number of significant deficiencies, delayed projects, cost overruns, lack of project management in those spaces, and all of those obviously then come at an additional cost to the fiscus, and hence obviously also our primary concern with regard to that. And so in this particular regard, we've issued a number of recommendations. So you would appreciate our recommendations are directed at the client departments. And yes, my colleague from the Public Works portfolio, we do indeed audit also all institutions of government, including the client departments as well as local government. Some of our recommendations that we've issued indeed speak to enhancement of monitoring and oversight processes when we dispense with scarce resources, the enhancement of project management disciplines, and also critically and more importantly also consequence management, enforcing consequences where we find non-performing contractors or officials within those spaces that are not doing what they ought to be doing. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I think we go to Mr. Kasim from CIDB point of view.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ismail Kasim. I'm from the CIDB. We've heard this morning about the budgets, that the money is there, but we also heard about the consistent underspend of those budgets. And also in terms of the implications, the negative implications regarding those budgets in terms of employment and the like. So our view in terms of the budgets, the CIDB has a mandate to monitor budgets, the government spend. That's what we do. We do it on a regular basis, quarterly basis, and we see there are systemic challenges regarding this. So what we do is this information is readily available. We get it from National Treasury, and then we analyze these, and we have consistent underspend And if you look at the provinces as well as the municipalities, there is a distinction between the spend of the provincial infrastructure departments. They do fairly good in terms of they spend 93% of their budget. The challenge still remains with the municipalities. They spend about 80% of their budget. And if one looks at the total contribution to public expenditure, the two of these spheres of government, provincial government as well as local government, they make up about 55% of public expenditure. And therefore, we are looking at this, how can we then improve in terms of the spend to have the sort of advantages that comes from that. But saying that, these systemic issues, we're looking at it not only as a monitoring and evaluation part, but we are now looking and moving towards sharing this information with the provinces so that we can understand those systemic issues and the causes of that. And what with our discussions is National Treasury as well as the CIDB, we have the infrastructure, the IDMS, the delivery management systems, both from a national perspective as well as a local government perspective. And it seems that that is one of the biggest challenges that our government departments are not utilizing fully. And that is where we are driving towards in terms of how do we now assess public sector entities, their utilization of these infrastructure delivery management systems. Then also in terms of how do we then get all spheres of government working together in terms of the assessing. Another role of the CIDB is also in terms of looking at the performance of all sectors, all government spheres. And therefore, we have also the responsibility of assessing the performance of both the client, the PSPs, as well as the contractors on these projects. And what we are driving and looking at is how can then we look at unifying the performance of all spheres of governments so that we can have a one voice, a standardization, which was talked about this morning, as well as looking at the other players in terms of that. And therefore, we are looking at the systems or assessments or those type of things, perhaps that we can use, and hopefully at the outcome of this, we will have those sort of assessments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Ms. Hughes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Again, my name is Zimbini Hill, and I've got the greatest privilege and honor to be the chairperson of the Independent Development Trust, the IDT. The IDT, we are an implementation agent for social infrastructure on behalf of government. First, our mother department, the Department of Public Works, and then all other client departments. Our primary stakeholder at the moment happens to be the Department of Basic Education. And we all know the backlog in school infrastructure. We happen to be at the coalface and the heart of the opportunities in the industry as well as the problems in the industry, because we are the implementation agent. So if things go wrong, we are probably the pilot of what you can see when things can go horribly wrong, both from a governance perspective as well as an implementation perspective. But we are also possibly the blueprint of what you can see when things go right in its silos. So at the IDT at the moment, we've got an incredible mandate, because social infrastructure is not just schools, but it's rural roads, it's clinics, it's everything that connects particularly our rural communities. So when we look at our role in industry and we start to look at the things that go wrong, and we look and we introspect at our own failings, we start to see how an institution can be captured by weak governance, how an institution can be captured by corruption, and actually how we don't count the cost of bureaucracy. Because the cost of bureaucracy is delayed or services not delivered, and that cost probably can equate to even larger than the cost of corruption. So when we look at what can go right, we start to look at how do we reform the institution itself from a governance perspective, from a leadership perspective, and from a systematic perspective to allow us to then deliver services to our people. The things that do go well at IDT in its silos is that because we are at the hard face of the delivery, we've got professionals who can deliver effectively. The weaknesses are more systematic in the funding model. Our planning, I think, is very poor because we plan for infrastructure as if we're planning for annual consumption, which doesn't work. So some of the weaknesses we see at IDT from a budgeting and a financing perspective of infrastructure is around departments needing to reprioritize their budgets. Now, for infrastructure, which is not annual spend, it kills the industry. So it doesn't kill the IDT in itself, it kills the construction industry because you've got the construction industry which needs to leave site because they've got invoices that are not being paid. So the conversations we would want to have as the IDT from an industry perspective is how we align planning as well as the ring fencing of infrastructure projects as well as its funding.
Thank you very much. I think I'll go to Mr. Lungile. A quick piece from you.
Good afternoon, Prof. My name is Lungisa Chele. I'm a co-founder of a grade 9 civil engineering multidisciplinary infrastructure business. A quantity surveyor by profession, and I've been in the industry near 22 years now. I begin with this because I think it's important to note that 11 years ago when we started our business, we were grade 1 CE. And in about 8 to 9 years, we've been able to build a business to become a grade 9. And I believe why that happens is because of skills, because there's a big call, I think, that the public sector must professionalize itself. And I think the construction industry must do the same. And I think it must do the same across all gradings because and Prof, I'm going to speak from a practitioner's point, because it is us on a daily basis that when we hear in a forum like this, in a summit like this, about challenges with the construction mafia and the war being won, we're not feeling it as well as you report it. So, and I think it's important that we note that the battle isn't over yet. We are on the construction sites on a daily basis, and we remain confronted with this issue, much as there's been progress that is being made. I think that's important to note. The other thing I think that is important to note as practitioners is, the view we have, Prof, is that we work both in the public and private sector, is how the state procures goods and services and the delays that lie therein. Wherein, for us as businesses, as an industry, we commit resources. And we did the numbers a few weeks ago on a regular basis. We do this check. How much does it cost a contractor to actually package a bid? And depending, obviously, on the size of the bid, if you start looking at the hours spent, you start looking at the IP that we spend to put a bid together, only for the state not to go ahead with the project, is very frustrating for us. And you are able to then compare this with the public sector. Not only that, maybe I should add, furthermore, you will find that once a bid has gone in, some departments can take as much as 12 months to 18 months to actually conclude a procurement process. So one is bothered by that delay, and I think that's something that frustrates us as an industry. Why does it frustrate us? We are able to compare that to the public sector. To the private sector. The private sector is able to put a bid out to the market for 2 weeks, and then in the second month they've evaluated, they've concluded. So one is able to then ask the question, why is the private sector able to procure goods and services for the same work? If Anglo, for example, I'll use the word, wants to build a road, within 2 weeks, within a period of 2 months, they're able to conclude. So those are some of the things that frustrate us. And then I think lastly, colleagues, is the issue of skills, and I want to hammer it. The industry way it is, Prof, is that the construction industry is busy. I think construction companies particularly do have work, But our biggest challenge is we are able to secure work, but we haven't got the people who are skilled, who are trained, who are experienced enough to go and execute the contracts we have. Then what you then find is starting a project quick enough in an agile way is delayed by the skills gap, because to find the right skills in the market is quite a difficult thing at the moment. So I think for me, at the core of it, therein lies an opportunity to be clear. I mean, you mentioned, Prof, that the average age of a construction professional is 50 years old. That is not right. You know, we need to address it. So skills are a big issue. Then in closing, Prof, I think for me, the commitment made by the President of the $1 trillion commitment for infrastructure in our country, that is much needed. We want to see government see it through, because this thing of extending bids, validities, is the very thing that doesn't allow service delivery to occur. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think let's hear from Mr. Chris Campbell. Yeah, let's get a pitch.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, and good afternoon, everyone. So without going into the questions, and I could probably ramble on for a very long time, just a little bit. My name is Chris Campbell. I'm the CEO of an organization of consulting engineering companies. It's been around for 72 years. I've been in the industry, not consulting alone, for 40 years. I have, in construction, consulting engineering, in a manufacturing environment. I've worked for the state in a railway environment on flagship lines, maintaining infrastructure for the iron ore and the coal line. And that's my pedigree, but that's not what we're here to talk about. For me, and my input to this discussion is that, you know, if you ask me about the industry, I often respond in a manner that says it depends who you ask. Because you may find that some companies have some work, some companies hardly have any, and it just depends. It's like winning the lotto these days, which is wrong. You win a tender. We shouldn't be winning tenders in intellectual services. So our starting point is what we lament most. We need to move away from an open tender process for what is actually intellectual services. You can put bids out for tea and coffee. But if we continue to do intellectual services in this manner, we are going to misstep, and it causes a lot of frustration. If I give you a view of the industry and the size of the various companies, let's just take consulting engineering, which you could get a company that's made up of 10 people, 5 people. You get a company of 1,800 people, employees. You get multinationals who have a global footprint because their owners sit somewhere in Canada or Singapore or somewhere. Yeah, we do have those companies locally. And we sit with this dichotomy where, on the one hand, you want to create opportunities and we need to grow new timber in the industry. But I think there's also this notion that I can get rich quickly. So now I leave this company the way I can get this global exposure and I go start up something on my own. And a public entity puts out the tenders, they set aside, and for a limited period of time, I may enjoy the privilege of getting lucky and winning a tender. It's not sustainable. Because when that mat gets pulled out from under those companies and they haven't reached the maturity, they're just going to go under. We're seeing the same short-termism decision-making in how we apply, let's just localization versus enterprise and supplier development in our BBBE codes. You get companies in construction, startups being, handheld, assisted. They start growing with the construction company through that process, but they're limited to a location of work because now that same company who gets the bid for the construction side of things, dare not take their empowerment partner along with them into those environments because there's going to be a big bun fight. We need to look at how do we balance the sustainability, developing our companies, and bring on board local people, but we must be sensible about it. We can't do one or the other. We must find a way of doing both for sustainability. And in the consulting engineering, what keeps our larger companies alive and in this country is that they have a global footprint. So many of them are doing work. They're the factory, if you want to put it that way, for their global partners, for the engineering activities elsewhere in the world. We got so much need and demand over here. And until and when we heard the president create a lot of enthusiasm and hype, we don't want to hold our breath for too long. We may not outlive the time it will take for that to realize, and we need to get that show on the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think let's take the last commentary from Professor Bimbola.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Abimbola Windapo. I'm from the University of Cape Town, an academic. So our work as academics is to investigate problems and try and find solutions to the problems. So it gives me joy and a privilege for me to be here today to contribute to Commission 1. And so we can look at the construction industry from our research, from our past research. The construction industry is a significant contributor to employment. We had the president and then the minister also say that in the last quarter, the construction industry provided 130,000 new jobs. And also the construction industry provides the much needed infrastructure that we need. It contributes to the economy, but then it faces significant challenges from our research. So some of these challenges are the fact that it's highly cyclical. You have money today, you have jobs today, you don't have jobs tomorrow. So it's a roller coaster thing. It's not steady. We heard that there is a consistent underspend by most municipalities. Contractors will be looking at budgets and hoping that these budgets will be spent, but it's not spent. And these budgets are supposed to translate into jobs, into work, and packaged into different types of jobs that they can do. Then we've also had the problems, the challenges of the payment systems that we have. Delayed payments. Contractors are not paid for 4 months, 6 months, sometimes never. They never get paid. And then also the procurement system. There's a problem, and this has gone. We've had this throughout the summit. Procurement system problem. So what's this procurement system problem? The procurement system problem is that the projects are being treated as one type of projects. So from our research in other industries like UK, Malaysia, what we found out is that knowledgeable clients would translate the projects are more productive and higher performance when you have knowledgeable clients. These are the clients that have the intellectual capacity or who know the science behind construction, who are in charge of that construction work. Because construction projects need to be embedded in the environment. And when I'm talking of environment, I'm not talking of the physical environment, I'm talking of the internal project environment, which is the complexity. So you have complex projects and you have very simple projects. So if the projects are simple, there's a way you treat it. If the projects are complex, there's a way complex projects are treated. And also in an environment that is very dynamic, like we have in South Africa, dynamic environments where you have the business forum, people who hijack projects and who will cause delays on projects. You have to consider that kind of environment when you are putting out the tender for the construction. So with this type of narratives, it points to a conclusion for me that improving the construction industry performance is a systemic problem that requires a coordinated reform across the procurement system. What type of procurement system do we have? What type of contracts do we have in place? Somebody complained to me during the lunchtime. He says there's now this framework agreement. They register for the framework, 3 years, they don't get anything. So what type of procurement system do we have in place? The contractors need jobs. If we want to create skills, if we want to create more employment, we need the contractors to have jobs. They have a steady flow of jobs, and so they can grow and also provide the much necessary skills. We have seen construction companies failing. Then we need the money to be spent. This money that they say is available, it has to be spent. It has to be translated into work packages and so spent. Then we also need data, which is where the CIDB comes in. We need data, the data that tells us what is happening. How do we know a project is not performing? Somebody talked about the the High Court that was built somewhere, a white elephant project. It may have finished on time, it may perform in terms of the triple bottom line of time, cost, and quality, but then it's a white elephant project. It's a project that we didn't need in the first case. So we need those types of benchmarks, those types of statistics that says these are how projects perform. We need to know the trends. Data is life. For us in the academia, we need those data. We need to analyze the data to be able to tell you that this is what is going on. These are the trends. This is what you have to do to be able to address those problems that we are facing in the construction industry. So the data, the what, and then the why. Why is it that way? That is where we come in to be able to interpret the data and say why things are happening the way they are. Then there's the new thing of digital. I'm over time. Okay, I'll talk about the digital infrastructure later.
No, we're still going to come there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for the panelists? MEC, you want to say some things to what they have been discussing?
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm intrigued by the conversations that are taking place now. But what is key for me is that with all the challenges that have been raised, there are also alternatives in terms of how we resolve them. Key to everything else is also the role of the Auditor General in the space of infrastructure. And I agree with that as a province, I'll make an example about the Free State Province. There was an issue about a particular school where the Auditor General was auditing us, but remember, we implement on behalf of client departments, which is education and health and so forth and so on. And I can attest here on this podium that Auditor General has reformed its own office to a point whereby they've got capacity in other spaces like infrastructure. We are comfortable with how things are done because they go beyond the call of duty, beyond just auditing, but to come to say to you, this is what we think needs to happen. This is how you collaborate with other departments. Not that we can't do it ourselves, but it becomes a much more greater voice coming from audit. Because Auditor General is not a policeman. It's simply to say, you said you've got 100 rand, you are going to build a school for 100 rand. Where is the school? How have you spent money? But those collaborations and interactions are quite important. And Prof also from the UCT raises a quite critical aspect to say, when you build, who do you build it for? For how much? How long? Who's the end user? That conversation needs to take place. Also, it is critical for us as government not to be fearful of institutions of higher learning because they are reservoirs of knowledge and research. We must continuously engage and work with them. And I must attest as well that as a Free State province, we have been able to work with the University of the Free State, especially in the architectural sector. So, because we've got professionals, you've got your engineers or civils, your architects, your project managers, because now it's a new thing in the industry. You need to have a project management program for you to be able to analyze and assess and work on projects. We continuously need to work with TVET colleges as well, because that's where the skill, the raw skill comes from. Your so-called electricians and so forth, work that cannot be done by an engineer, because it does not matter whether you build a school or you build a hospital. When you don't have an artisan, you are not going to move. The person who puts those windows is an artisan. An electrician who puts those wires is an artisan. The floors and everything else. As I conclude, The state needs to sustain itself to a large extent. And it's quite unfortunate, it's it's catch-22 situation. When you build state capacity, you kill the industry from a business perspective, the contractors who would want to do business with us. Because I believe, and this is what we are putting in place in the Free State Province, that artisan development is a critical aspect for basic maintenance. I will not appoint contractors to do cleaning, basic painting of walls. I will not do it. That's why we're training artisans. I will not appoint contractors to fix globes. It's not going to happen. And they know, officials are here. I always insist, but how do we get that balance? Where you build internal capacity with all your engineers, your professionals, and so forth and so on, without necessarily killing the industry not from a tender perspective, from building the economy that we want, because you need both sides to build the economy. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'm sure colleagues will agree with me that each of our panelists actually brings a very unique lens to this particular discussion. So I'm going to ask two questions in one to the panelists. Delegates, we are not forgetting that you are here. I think after this particular set of questions, we're going to open up to two questions. I think we'll just run it that way. So I'm going to add two questions in one. And I want to look at aspects of the policy, legislation, and also looking at industry environment. And I want to try to focus on the fact that there are frequent tender cancellations and non-awards. And this continue to kind of really disrupt delivery. We know that very well. And I want to really find out, what do you think are the root causes? And how can we mitigate them through better performance monitoring? That's my first question to the panelists. And the second one is, you are at liberty to pick on anyone. The second one is, how can we improve the quality of tender documentation? We heard the CEO of Lubicon talked about the tender documentation or submission of tenders. How can we improve the quality of tender documentation and specifications to minimize disputes, delays, and cost variations? These are the two questions I'm putting forward to the panel. After this particular round, we'll take 2-3 questions from the audience to speak to this aspect before we take another set of questions. Yes.
Okay. Madam Chairperson, you want to go first?
Okay. Maybe I want to have fun a little bit. And me having fun is to just put forward the things we don't talk about. And I'll talk about tender specifications. Because I think when we're thinking about it, we think about it as a relatively righteous scientific model, where a client has got an objective, and they sit and they put together a spec, and that spec goes out to market. But given where we are in South Africa, nefarious activities cannot happen without that tender document being hampered with.
Chair, without necessary, there's a gentleman who's speaking on the phone here and is disturbing us on the platform. Can we kindly, thank you very much, sir. Apologies, sincere apologies, Chair.
No problem. So sometimes our flawed tender specs are actually intentional, because they're intentional so that the bid itself can go to a non-deserving recipient. But how can we then improve the tender spec itself? One, everything is going to have to start with leadership. Because in leadership, we need to have people who want to do the right thing all of the time. And then we need to have systems in place to ensure that because it's not always, the flawed specifications are not always intentional. Sometimes it's because the people in the room don't fully understand industry. Because we've got PFMA, we've got supply chain, and we now have supply chain departments who are incredibly powerful, who will have a project sponsor, but it'll work within supply chain, and the technical skills are not in the supply chain to actually work out an appropriate spec that should go to industry, because we're not having conversations which are nimble enough, because not every project is going to require the same spec. So we don't have frameworks in place to be nimble enough to consult industry, because the one thing I've always asked myself is, how do we spec a school for 250 million when someone else has delivered it for 90? Is it because we didn't go out to say for this kind of school, this is what the specification is? And it's two things. One, it's intentional, that it must be 250. Two is because we don't have the right leadership and the resources and the right people at the table to actually be able to devise the spec. And I think we don't speak enough about how critical that process of a good technical spec that goes to industry is. We've seen it in renewable energy, where there was almost a central command which has done incredible procurement in the renewable energy space, but we don't then take those sort of things as pilots to say, how do we take what has worked well, and then we centralize it, or it doesn't need to be centralized, and we ensure that it works perfectly well in another space. So in summary, we first have to know what the weakness of that spec is, because it's either intentional, or it's because there is not the right people at the table to devise the appropriate spec.
All right, thank you. Let's Andres, then we'll come to Chris.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, I'm quite pleased that I allowed Madam Chairperson to go ahead of me, because she's covered quite a couple of salient issues. So I think first and foremost, we have to acknowledge that and appreciate that, you know, if you look at public procurement in most African countries, it constitutes about 20% of GDP. So our government spent a lot of money to get things done and deliver on strategic imperatives and objectives, right? So there will always be a risk with regard to potential leakage and wastage. And therefore, the procurement regulations are a necessity. If you go to whichever country, European, Western, developed countries, they do have procurement regulations and laws that govern how they go about things. Whether the thresholds are the same, or whether they perform it in terms of the structural reforms being industry-specific or sector-specific, those are probably some of the distinguishing factors that we could also potentially learn from, but they are there. As long as there's money involved, there will always be a need for procurement. Having said that, in terms of the procurement processes, Madam Chairperson is quite right. Often in our work, we found that our client departments do not invest sufficient time in doing the upfront research to understand what it is that they are required to deliver and what would be the best modalities to get to that particular delivery point. So from that point of view, if you do not have the data, the information to be able to spec your tender correctly, it means that you'll accept whatever comes in, and that potentially could also result in tender cancellations, tender delays, because once the tenders are submitted and the evaluation process kickstarts, you then realize that, oh, actually what I've received does not get me to where I want to get to, and therefore you then engage in cancellations or long evaluation processes. Then, Chair, also please allow me to conclude with a good story to tell. I know when you deal with the Office of the AG, it is always understood that we will report and our findings are always, you know, bad news reporting. But we do find that there are institutions that are getting it right in public sector. You have your institutions such as SANRAL, your DBSA, and we actually give them the commendation in our general report, which is a consolidation of the annual outcomes of all the audit work that would have been performed by the Office of the AG. In that report, we actually do note and give best practices of institutions that are getting it right. Some of the basic things that are doing, to the chairperson's point, the research upfront, making sure that the tenders are spec'd correctly, making sure that the contract management processes, when they contract, up to date, and also making sure that when they are in the process of delivery, they are engaging in the process of proper and continuous monitoring and oversight using the right people as well.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chris?
Yeah, you know, I looked at your 4 questions, and they actually, it's almost part of the same family, the system. And I think that, you know, from the AG's office, he's pointed it out, is that if your starting point is wrong, then everything just starts going wrong as well. What am I talking about? I'm saying you go out to tender. Firstly, do you have the budget to start off with? Do you know what you want? What's the output, the end product? What problem are you trying to solve, right? Then you put out the tender, and we find invariably what's happening now is there's this sense of urgency because we're 5 years behind. So now we want to compress the process, and we want to have a turnkey project. but there's hardly any information available to put out to potential bidders for such a project. And then you do it anyway. Obviously, we see a lot of examples. I'm not going to name and shame any of the entities. It's very common in the public sector. You don't know what you want. You don't have enough information to give those whom you expect to respond so they can respond sensibly. Then you get the responses. And you're either going to get extremely low bids, and if they know a little bit more than what you do, the bid is 10 pages, the qualifications is 50. And the qualifications is like that maze. When you enter that, the end result is your project's going to cost you a whole lot more than you thought initially. Or you may get bids that are astronomically high, and then you have to ask yourself, but are these people smoking something? It's merely a case of how do these companies respond and cover themselves from a risk perspective. Because nobody can stay in business if you're blind to risk. And I think we also, I think in the public sector, you set yourselves up for failure if you simplistically assume that you can go for the least cost, whether it be in consulting engineering. In fact, that's a case in point. How do you get top-notch intellectual services at bargain basement prices? The two don't gel, they're on opposite poles. In a construction environment, if the bid looks low compared to others, best you go and look carefully why, because there could be something you missed. I've actually come across a project once from a local authority that they were going to go broke on one project simply because they didn't do their homework on the real amount of rock that could be anticipated on a project. And the astute contractor bumped his price up there. You can't blame the contractor. He won the lotto. So we need to do that homework up front and manage the risk from a client perspective, because your service providers, those who want to stay in business, are very astute and aware of how they manage their risks. The ones who think they can just come in cheap and haven't looked at the risk, they don't stay in business anyway.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ishmael?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, if I may come.
Go ahead.
I would like to return again to the infrastructure procurement and development management skills that I think we as a state, we seriously need to look at. All the points, for example, they're at the various stage of a review, for instance. I'm not going to go into the detail, we all know that. But if you go through those, for example, they're all reviews. It's either you stop or you proceed. You stop or you proceed based on your studies and what your examinations and all of those things. So when it comes to, for example, particularly also with the bid spec committee, for instance, the technical expertise relating to the required should have been done already up front in terms of those are the requirements and those are the specific people that we need to have in there. So I think there's a trend in terms of our public sector skills in terms of infrastructure procurement and delivery management, whether it is right from the start till the closeout in terms of contract management. I think that is where I see there's a serious challenge that we can sort of address those issues. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Should we take questions or do we have more commentary? Okay.
Maybe, Prof, just final comment from us as the contracting industry particularly, and the impact of the tendering processes. And I'm glad our colleagues within government, because these are their processes, I'm glad they're the ones who put up their hands to respond to them. I think the gap that there is, because we work both in the public and private sector, is evident in that, one, government is not agile, it's slow for bureaucratic reasons, which were explained by the AGA, and the reasons why they exist. And I think the trouble then is the way businesses tend to respond is they might look at the state and say the state only accepts the lowest bidder. And if the state only accepts the lowest bidder, then contractors who are more astute, who are more skilled, will generally look elsewhere. In other words, there is the potential that the state will continue to getting bids the low bids from lesser competent contractors, purely because the more competent contractors are not going to stick around. They'll rather look at other sectors within the private sector and so forth. So it is a risk for the state that they should really review this lowest price issue because it's a challenge. And oftentimes you're probably not getting the creme de la creme of contractor that will actually execute the project within cost and time and professionally. I mean, on the 6th of May last year, we killed people. This industry killed 34 people in the Western Cape. And again, we have to deep into the reasons why. And oftentimes you'll find in the middle of that is incompetence from a professional point of view. So, or maybe someone who priced their contract low and they were not able to deliver the contract to the right spec, and then the outcome is a situation that we are all aware of. So this thing of accepting the lowest bidder is very much a challenge, and I think you should look at it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Yeah, just to add on as well. The scenario you've described now is a traditional procurement system in which you have poor quality documentation and so on. I think we should also, when we embed our projects in the environment, we should also look at the most suitable contract form that we could use to undertake these projects. Because we have the integrated contracting type of procurement, and we also have the consultant-led type of procurement. So I think that is very necessary, because if there's a rush, especially what we've had now, there's a rush to tender, there'll be many things missing, poor specifications, poor incomplete designs. Then we need to look at things like the outputs. What are the outputs? We don't look at the inputs, and we consider what outputs we want in those scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC?
This conversation around the lowest bidder, it's a very important conversation. Because someone might ask, MEC, why do you know so much about procurement? Are you not getting your hand in the what? You know, on a lighter note. When I joined the department, I took time to engage individual directorates to understand how things are done in this particular department. I also took time to visit projects. This is what I do, oversight every quarter. On 34 projects, I do. Because I want to see what are we paying for. It's quite important. When we went back to the office, part of the problems we're seated with is variation orders that are coming based on lowest bidders. Because when you actually assess, the lowest bidder end up being the highest bidder when you look at variation orders. Those in the industry would know what I'm talking about. Of course, all of us here, we are in the industry. And it goes back to the conversation to say, shouldn't we really consider whether the lowest bidder is the most important element that we need to look into, especially when it comes to built industry? Because in most cases, you find out that they have, a contractor has undercoated, and leading to what you are indicating around the Western Cape, the George building. We're not saying anything. I'm not speculating or indicating anything. I'm just saying these are the lived realities. But this is where Auditor General comes in and regulations comes in. To say, how do we then review our regulations? And this particular commission also say, these are the proposals that were given to the sector, to the department, to say, look into this. Because our conversations will not go beyond this particular summit, but also engage Treasury, including President, given his commitment to continuously engage us as a sector. So this is a very important conversation that we need to really dwell into and agree that in the process of having this conversation, we don't leave the transformation element behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. I think we're going to open up, we have just looked at aspects of tender cancellation and non-awards, and also how to improve quality of tender documentation. I want us to take 3 questions from the audience, Just 3 questions. I see a hand there, another one here. Yes, thank you very much. First, we're going to make it one per roll. I saw the lady there. Yes, thank you. Go ahead. Let's go straight to the point. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Program Director. My name is Clara Sigelelo Sodlula Shemwenze, the President of South African Women in Construction and Built Environment. Firstly, I would like to thank and appreciate the presentation made by the panel, more especially Mr. Lungisa Tele, who is there as a contractor, because we couldn't be there as contractors, hence we are here. Siyabulela mhlekazi. You have mentioned an issue, somebody mentioned an issue there of tender cancellations. As women that are in business, looking at the commission number 1 and the heading that says industry performance achievements, we are not yet there. More especially that women decided to be part of this industry through the former Minister Mama Stella Stau, who formed our organization in 1997. We appreciate the fact that some of us who are here in the CIDB with higher gradings, but as a person who is leading women, we are expecting women to be transformed from grade 1 to the higher grades, but we are not yet there. The 40% that we are talking about in papers, it has not yet been realized, Chairperson. So we are here as women to say, women are looking forward in making sure that they are empowered. Then the second one is the one of those tender cancellations. One is interested in knowing, Zimbili, you have explained and also responded to some of these issues. What is the reason of these tender cancellations? Because after the submissions that we are making as organizations or as companies, there is a bid evaluation committee. Ingaba, a problem is there. Where is the problem? Because as people on the ground, some are emerging companies, they make sure in order for them to submit those tenders, they must go and make sure that compliance is in order. Compliance is nothing else but money. You spend money in order for you to comply. Then you spend money in order to you to do those bids and quantities and so on. But when it comes to the responses from the departments of government and so on, we don't get joy as women that are emerging on the ground. In Tony Ngaki, what is it that is a problem?
Okay. Thank you very much.
And who is supposed to monitor these things?
Thank you very much,
Papa, I'm representing 9 provinces. Women are really not here, but some of them are expecting responses. Where is transformation in all these things? There is 40% set aside. That is not a favor for women.
Okay, let's cut
but
it
we
short.
don't get that 40%. And we are frustrated. What frustrated me is that in these sessions, we are supposed to have the principals that were there in the morning, seated there so that they can listen. We are happy that some of the HODs and other political heads are here. But if this thing can be really considered, women are there to be transformed. But we are not yet there.
Thank you
Once
very
we
much,
appreciate
Thank you very
that
much.
there is a journey that we have traveled together with the government as women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, colleagues, can we keep it very straightforward? Let's ask the question. I see a hand here at the back, at the middle. Yes, we'll take 3 questions. We still have more questions to discuss, so you will be given your opportunity. Can you help us at the middle here? The gentleman there, thank you. Let's ask the question so that we can quickly cover a lot of other things. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Prof, and thank you to your panelists. My name is Mandla Msweli. I'm the COO at Broad Property Group. And my question, actually, the comment I have is just to echo what Mr. Lungisa Chele has just mentioned about the challenge of not looking at the total cost of ownership when we are doing tenders. What we've been observing of late is that the criteria when we are being scored for bids that we submit to government, they tend to have a 10% for solutioning and 90% for pricing. And that basically leads us into this situation that, in my opinion, we find that we go for the lowest bidder, but we forget that it's not only about construction only of that building or the infrastructure. There is also what we call operations and management, which has to kick in after the building, or asset life cycle management. Maybe a specific question, Prof, to Mr. Lungisa, is how are you dealing with the whole issue of skill shortage? Because as Broad Property Group, we believe in local empowerment, in making sure there's localization. We use local subcontractors. We advance the agenda of women empowerment when we execute projects. How are you dealing with that element? Because I believe that's the one element that's important, that will deal with the so-called construction mafia, when we've got that local element and empowering local women in our projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's take the last question on this section. There's a hand there. Yes, let's take one more. Please, let's ask the question. Go straight to the question, please.
Thanks, and good afternoon. Yeah, I don't have a question. I've got some answers for the panel there, because I'm worried. We've been talking about these issues for a long time, and we are not getting solutions. When we get out here, we want to implement these issues at the end of the day. We must first separate goods and services from what is infrastructure procurement, because the two, they are different. In terms of quality, goods and services, you get things from the shelves, and you can't punish a contractor if he can't. If you have specified a tissue, it will be a tissue, a one plier or whatever. But in terms of construction, we need to be careful when coming to that. And framework agreement, they talked about it. It will solve most of our problems, because framework agreement is us who's supposed to give you how much that project will cost. You can give us your pricing, but we'll rationalize it, and the QS is supposed to approve what is market related. It will deal with that issue of the lowest contractor. And when we approach Treasury for money, we'll be having people who are going to do those projects, and we'll have money in the side. So the issue of underspending,
thank you very much.
It will be dealt with.
All right, thank you so much. Colleagues, panelists, we have two questions. We don't all have to speak to it. Probably if you have something to say, somebody want to respond. Mr. Chris?
Yeah, I like the contribution from the gentleman from Bro. We never procure and start our infrastructure process from the total cost of ownership perspective. The best practice apportionment I can share with you is your consulting engineering for a project, be about 5 years, constitutes 2% of that total cost of ownership. 15% you can attribute to construction. That's probably another 5 years. So you've got 10 years. Your operation and maintenance is meant to be another 20, 30, it can even go to 40 years, if your starting point was right. And if you look at the cost contribution, it's massive. But we think we've done the job by purchasing bargain basement intellectual services as a start, and we ignore the fact that you are dealing with an iceberg. And at the end of the day, because those are all the visible parts, your procurement rules and people who make up these rules are not the ones that have to live with the problem of operation and maintenance. And that explains why you have these astronomical budgets that you then need at local government level for operation and maintenance. And we won't even talk about when they reimburse in doing normal maintenance. But it's total cost of ownership. And I think if I may just add there, one of the things that's lagging is our inability to get out of the blocks quickly. We just cannot get there We've got a Public Procurement Act. It was signed off last year by the President. The regulations, consultation process started in February this year. And for the first time in the Public Procurement Act, which is different from MFMA and PFMA, it differentiates between procurement for strategic goods and services from that from general goods and services. But it's hanging in the air. So we're still continuing more of the same and more of the same. I think we're bordering on insanity if we think a different answer is going to come.
All right, thank you. I think let's take Mr. Lungisa before.
Yeah, no, thank you, Prof. Just on the issue of skills, my response to, you said, Mr. Msweli, my response to you is on the issue of skills. When I talk skills, I don't talk skills in a business or a particular company, because that becomes an issue of that company being an employer of choice, and therefore is able to attract the right talent into it. When I talk skills, I talk about skills in the industry. I'll give you a prime example about my journey in the industry. I'm a quantity surveyor, but early on in construction and as a graduate, you would have an opportunity in a contracting business or in any other business where you actually get to work across all the functions of a contractor. You would work in the laboratory, you would work in the civil department, in the drafting department, in the mechanical department doing maintenance. So by the time the graduate programs of old were a lot better structured. And I think that really assisted the industry, produced the skills that are required into it. The tragedy you have, and I think these are some of the consequences that exist as because of low pricing. One of the things the industry has done in the last 10 to 20 years is we've cannibalized ourselves to a point where the margins are so eroded that it's actually even difficult to actually develop skills. Companies, the construction margins, and I'm sure all your colleagues know this for a fact, one of the listed companies produced results about 2 days ago, and their net profit is 2%. I think that is not a reflection only of that entity. If you ask me, I think it's done well. The vast majority of companies in our sector are under severe financial strain. And I think the dire consequence, that has resulted from this consistent long-term low margin that we've faced. And it puts a strain in our ability to reinvest back into the industry to develop skills. And skills development, in our view, is not only the responsibility of the SETAs. Skills development has always, like I've indicated, it was something that was also owned by businesses to develop their own talent pipeline. And those days, in my mind, are very, very much gone. And I think that is where we really need to start looking at, is if margins in the industry improve, it allows the industry to reinvest back in skills. And I think that is where we need to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IDT's chairperson.
Thank you so much. Sis Clara, at IDT, I think one of the areas where we don't have control is around what the client department does. So in the instances where we cancel a tender is when a client will agree, they will sign all of the documents required to go ahead with a project, and then take a 360-degree turn, partway through or even after the tender has been advertised, to say they don't have budget. So it's a problem at that stage, but where it destroys industry is to be 30, 40% into the implementation of the project. And then they come back and say, we don't have the budget to finish it, we're canceling. And then we have these white elephants which are sitting because there was not appropriate planning from a budgeting perspective to say, can we deliver this project over the 3-year period that it requires to, from planning to implementation? But the minds don't work that way, and it's something that as an industry, we really, or as this commission, we really, really need to put at the heart of what we need to do. Infrastructure needs to be centralized. And its centralization, the budget needs to be centralized, the projects needs to be centralized, and they need to be ring-fenced. And the appropriate people who know how to implement infrastructure projects need to be accountable for it. And then you also spoke on designated groups. So I think at IDT in particular, we take our designated groups quite seriously, and we're actually very proud of the work that we've done, because in the last financial year, I think on women, we were about 50%. So when industry it doesn't only focus on ownership, but focuses on designated group, being it the youth, being it women, I think we do start to see some gains. And it's one of the things that we do well. With all of the mistakes that we make, one of the things we do well is the empowerment of our designated groups, the women in particular.
All right, thank you very much. MEC, you want to say something quickly?
Just the last issue relating to infrastructure procurement. It's unfortunate that ministers not here and MECs are not here. When you look at the MINMEC resolutions, the 7 pillars or 7 cardinal pillars that minister spoke to and were made reference to by the president, is that part of procurement, infrastructure procurement. It's something that we agree in principle that it has to happen. There are timelines as per MINMEC resolutions on how do we go about it, but equally, there are other stakeholders that require consultation with, for instance, the Department of Public Service, because when you do those movements within the structural aspect of organogram of government, there are processes to be followed. We have not ignored the matter. It's part of our key issues that we most probably, by the time we come back here, next time we will be able, it would have been implemented. It was a process that required more than just public works or infrastructure departments to do so, but consultation with other institutions of government, so that as we implement it, it becomes easier. And it's quite important, sir, because it speaks to issues of spec. You have individuals who are much more conversant and knowledgeable in terms of spec. You've got tenders that go out and we don't even receive responses because the procurement aspect of it does not speak to the spec, or the spec is too huge compared to the resources, all that. So it's very necessary to have procurement, infrastructure procurement separate from goods and services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. CIDB Chairperson, your hand was up. Is it a comment or is it a question? Can we have the mic here, please? Yes. For the Chairperson, quickly. We'll come back to that hand now.
Thank you, Prof. I think what I've heard is issues around payment, issues around procurement, and these are the most important issues. And what worries me is that I think it has been said that the Procurement Act, the regulations are being developed as we speak, and they still don't talk about infrastructure procurement. And what I was really expecting from this session is that, especially the delegates, we need to make noise and start lobbying as an industry. We need to show the frustration and express the views so that the CIDB and every other relevant stakeholder here can take this matter up. Because we will talk here, come back here next year, and it will happen. The regulations are coming out, and yet we are all identifying one critical issue, that there needs to be infrastructure procurement, which is different. So I think somehow, Prof, reporting back to plenary, we need to highlight those issues, and we need to resolve around them and make sure that these are the things that are taken up, and also identify who actually needs to take this up. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Panelists, let's continue. We're going to take more questions. Let's look at the issues of performance measurement and monitoring. I think these are some of the issues that we need to also flag concerning this particular commission. And there's something that has been coming to my mind in terms of issues of the lowest bidder. Is something I think we should be thinking about as an industry, which we don't really hear very often, is value engineering. I think value engineering is critical. And if you look at some developing economy, even when they are even building a two classroom block, there must be a value engineering that must take place in terms of if it's really worth it. Colleagues, the question we're looking at is, how ready is the South African construction industry to adopt a unified performance reporting framework that will cover both the clients, PSPs, and contractors? Well, I think we actually have everybody here. How ready are we? And also, which criteria should be used for the performance measurement of these particular three parties to the projects? And the other question I want to also raise is, how can variation orders be managed more transparently to ensure that they are priced and also approved properly? So it's kind of three questions, and since we are seized, we can look at it from different point of view. The first one is, how ready are we as an industry to adopt a unified performance reporting framework to cover every aspect? Clients are here, the contractors are here, and also the professionals. And which criteria should be used? What do you think in terms of the performance of these particular three parties? And lastly, the variation orders. How can we manage them more transparently? Who is the first speaker? Mr. Chris?
Yeah, I think the question of performance measurement is an interesting one, because it doesn't help how many performance measures you establish. If your baseline is flawed, then you will be measuring against the wrong base. And if you do it wrong, it's consequential to a company who, might well have been set up for failure. It exactly goes back to how much effort has gone into the upfront engineering and the planning, how much information has been available. Has it been clear? Have you left very little room for doubt and risk? So I worry a little bit that we too simplistically assume that it's about on-time delivery, cost. There's no project that is not going to come with 1,000,001 reasons. I mean, in a construction process, abnormally high rain, how do we predict rainfall these days with climate change? It's weird. You're getting excessive storms. That can hamper you. So, and that's still visible. We've come across public entities who assume that you can now manage your risks by requiring professionals to have performance guarantee bonds. Now, that is nonsensical, because a performance guarantee bond is money that you have unfettered access to, purely because the evidence is there in the construction process. But in a design process, if there are many players, you've got to find out who's at fault. You can't just go dip into that. So I think we, just on the question of performance measures, it's a great aspiration. It's something we need to track. And it's something I've been curious about for a long time, because of all of these projects where we make appointments and they're least cost, I wonder if the Auditor General ever has a look at closing the loop to actually see what did those projects cost. Have we got a picture of that yet? Because that would be the evidence.
Wow, thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. This is something that keeps us up at night at the IDT, because our client wants a project to be delivered, and we want to do the same. And sometimes it's due to this monitoring and a misalignment between client and ourselves as the implementation agent that it doesn't happen. And the challenges we've faced are twofold. One, we have resources, which has been mentioned here. We have a resources problem, because we can have the resources to chase the start of the project, to chase the different stages of the project, but those very same resources need to then be reprioritized so that we can earn our fees and the contractor can start the work. And the back end of the project is not fully resourced. There's no one to do it. And it's very difficult to actually get the skills or the people. Because the same person needs to do the full stages. So that's the one challenge we've had. The second challenge I think we haven't, as a business, been able to wrap our head around is technology adoption. Because where you have a limitation in people, where can you then utilize technology to be able to monitor? And we don't have the solution for this, because I think everyone gets a little bit worried when we talk technology adoption, because we know that it's costly. Because you can have all the drones in the world, or whatever, and we're talking a South Africa that is still being industrialized. So the areas that we do business, is in the Eastern Cape, where to go from one project to the other is thousands and thousands of kilometers. It's KZN, it's Limpopo. It's not urban areas where you can zip in and out and you can have a drone from going from one place to the other. So if we can, as an industry, actually brainstorm how we solve the issue of skills, how we solve the issue of industrializing our rural provinces, and how we solve the issue of technology adoption, given the limited financial resources that we have.
Thank you very much. Andres.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So if I could maybe just chime in on 2 points. So the first point, I think there wasn't sufficient noise for the observation made by the chairperson. I think the chairperson of the board is now left. But there is a critical recommendation that needs to be taken up seriously by the industry. So once we walk out of here, Chair, and all the members of industry do not make their voices heard, it means that you will be the most affected and impacted by the regulation and the legislation that will get passed. And therefore, if your opinion or your inputs are not taken into account, you will continue to suffer the same frustrations. So let's make sure that we utilize the opportunity to also then provide the necessary inputs, the consultation processes. You may not get everything you want, but at least at the core, somebody might hear some of the things that the industry wants to see being implemented to fast-track delivery, etc. Then the second point is the one on the delayed projects. Since CEO called the AG's name by direct name, I'll quickly just respond on that one as well. So as I mentioned earlier on, we do make quite a bit of directed and concerted effort to understand the implications and the root causes of delayed projects. So it's something that we also invest in as the Office of the AG. Again, if you refer to some of our reports that we issue, there's a dedicated section that deals or seeks to just give a government-wide reflection of the work we would have done on infrastructure. So we don't say infrastructure on health, infrastructure on education. So we look at a number of projects across various sectors, and we try and give a industry-wide infrastructure message. And certainly, there are certain projects where we have costed the impact and the implications of the delayed projects, and it's a lot of money, and it's money that could have been used elsewhere for the delivery of services or for the deployment of different infrastructure that could have serviced our citizens. And then lastly, I think on the issue of systems, I would like to also support the notion tendered by the chairperson of the IDT. So there are vast opportunities that exist to deploy information technology infrastructure to assist us, technologies, systems. But again, coming back to what the CEO said and yourself, Madam Chairperson, at the core of it, we are going to have to get real about what the real root causes are that continue to plague the industry. Is it a regulations problem? Is it a skills problem? And if we say it's a skills problem or regulation problem, then what about it is the problem? People get employed, people are in the particular client departments, but yet we continue to see the challenges that we encounter. So are we sure that we've really unearthed the real root causes so that we can then make sure that when we advance recommendations such as the implementation of a consistent performance monitoring and management system, that we've at least dealt with the fundamental issues and the foundations are solid that will provide us the platform to catapult us to the next level of delivery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof, quickly.
Yes, okay.
On technology.
On technology or the performance measurements?
Performance measurement, go ahead.
Because that's what I wanted to answer. So in terms of the performance measurement, how ready is the SA construction industry? I think they are very ready because data is being taken by the clients, the contractors, and the industry itself through the CIDB. So there's data that is being documented on the performance of the industry, but then this data is not standardized. We don't have a standard definition for what quality is. When we say quality, what do we mean by quality? We need that standard definition. We also need standards for productivity, because this will enable us to plan. When we talk of productivity, South African national standards does not have the productivity targets Most construction companies have it, so you have to work for a construction company to be able to understand how many bricks should a worker lay in a day. But we don't, even in the university, we don't have any referral points to standard production targets, which I think we need. It's very crucial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to come back to the panel again. There's a question we're not picking out. To say which criteria do we think should be used for the performance of the three parties to the project? Okay. Because there are times that we cast blame on each other. And I don't want us to discuss this. If we can just name them, to say these are some of the things that we should envisage, some of the criteria that should be used for the performance of PSP, of client, of contractor. Can we just quickly flag them?
Prof, it's collaboration. I think one of the things, and maybe I'll link the two, professional service providers are appointed by the client to deliver a project that is fit for purpose by a competent contractor that will execute in accordance to what the project is designed for. So I think for me, it's that understanding that we are jointly responsible, both as professionals and as the contracting entity, to deliver a fit-for-purpose project for the employer. And what is fit-for-purpose project it's obviously it being delivered within the right, sort of quality as what is expected. I think what then happens, which is a tragedy, oftentimes, and I'm not casting blame on my consulting entities, oftentimes they side with the employer, even in instances where it's evident that the contractor has done their work. And I think that's where we really get projects getting into a point of frustration. So projects must be managed and delivered in a way that is fit for purpose. I think that's critical.
Thank you very much. So you mentioned collaboration.
Correct.
Yes, Mr. Kasim?
Thank you, Chair. Our view is that exactly in that vein, as much as a contractor is required to deliver on the contractual requirements, whether it's the specifications in terms of quality, time, budget, in the same vein, consultants have the same brief, or at least in terms of have a brief, where they also have to perform. Okay. And we can take it a level further than that. We can also now look at clients, for example. Clients, and we spoke about it for a while here, is that they also have a role to play and responsibility in terms of getting the project to their required outcome or fit for purpose. Therefore, they need to also provide certain information, for example. So what we're looking at is, coming back to the criteria, it's a collaborative issue. Like the colleague was saying here. It's not a clear answer, but there are guidelines in terms of, for example, deliverables. Each partner or stakeholder has a deliverable. And that is what we are looking at in terms of the CIDB. We've tried it in the past. In terms of contractors, for example, performance reports. But then there are other parties contributing perhaps to their non-performance. So we're looking at a holistic view in terms of the three parties to the project so that we can look at monitoring that and also in terms of intervening for development purposes. In other words, we look at what are the shortcomings, like my colleague next to me is saying, we need to understand what are the requirements, for example, what are the challenges, before we can even go in terms of looking at the criteria. And I think it's a collaborative sort of approaches.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's take two more questions from the audience on this issue of performance. Yes, yes. Please, there's a gentleman there. Thank you so much. On the issue of performance, thank you.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
I think I might be off track a little bit, but I hope I'm not crying at the wrong funeral. My name is Sammy Mangana. I'm a construction management graduate from the University of Pretoria. I'm also part of a non-government organization called Construction Network South Africa, which focuses on upskilling the construction graduate. Yeah. All right, my question is more relating to the CIDB. Speaking to unemployed graduates, trying to address that, to find out what exactly is stopping or what are the barriers that are faced from implementing or introducing a requirement, an academic qualification requirement to register your company with CIDB from grade 1. I ask this because there's a lot of unemployment graduates amongst the construction industry. Yeah, we matriculate, we are told that the construction industry or built environment, that's where the market is, that's where the demand is, you study, and then now you're sitting at home without employment.
Thank you very much. There's another hand here. Let's take that other hand here. The gentleman over there. Yes. Let's take that question, then we'll respond and take the last set of questions before we conclude for the day.
Thank you very much, panel. My name is Werner Jurling. I'm a construction company CEO, but I'm also the Vice President of SAICI. I have a specific interest in construction because I lived my whole life in it. I think we need to take things forward to the plenary tomorrow and report back. I'd like to just propose that we add a few items just in the report back. First of all, as far as productivity was concerned that we discussed now, in the hands of the contractors, I think we have a responsibility to make sure that we become more productive. So we need to have a discussion around things like lean construction, waste minimization, just working better. Second item, learnings from the past. We do not analyze projects from the past. Nobody has spoken a word about the rollout of Kusile, civil infrastructure. Medupi, civil infrastructure. IDT, we as the production and the construction professionals that work on those projects, you need to listen to us. We need to learn what happened there, and we need to share those learnings with all of our colleagues, the whole construction industry, so that we can learn and go from project to project. The same is true for other big projects. The next one is the opportunities for us as a construction industry to learn from big projects. As a 30-year-old, I built the first cable stay bridge in South Africa. I never had built it before. Now I know how to do it. The Mtento Bridge is being built by Chinese, and I have to say this. What South African engineer is going to know how to build a balanced cantilever bridge? The last engineer that knew how to do that was Dr. Hilton MacDonald, who is retired and living in Australia. That opportunity does not exist for South Africans to learn there. And I feel extremely passionate about this. So please, if we can just talk about these things and provide it as input going forward. As far as procurement is concerned, value engineering, those things are extremely important for us. I know we can do 10% better for every rand spent on capital infrastructure. If that is true, how much money do we not have to serve the people of South Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things I want to pick out from that contribution is the dimension of knowledge management. Knowledge management is critical, irrespective of what we want to do next. I think let's take the other question before we continue. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Innocent Zulu. I've got two questions. The first question is around the cost of a construction company to exist. There's quite a lot of requirement in terms of compliancy. And if you take a grade 4, 3, or 2, they're having to spend a lot of money up front before getting the works. My question to the panel is, how can the government assist in terms of funding this? Can there be some form of a resource pool where people who can afford, for instance, to get into the industry board in terms of the cost that it costs them? Because obviously they need to have professionals who have to have things like indemnity, which is costly. So there's a lot of cost behind it. Okay. The second one, what's not addressed in this forum is the cost of bad contract. I hear we're talking about tenders. However, the biggest dispute comes when it comes to the actual rollout of the program. Once the program is up and running, there's a lot of disputes, and it all contributes to contract interpretation. And this is not discussed. So we need to also address those particular issues.
Okay.
I thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody? Panelists? I need 2 people. Okay. Mr. Kasim. Okay, 3.
Thanks. I think I'm going to address maybe the one that Dr. Zulu has addressed with regards to the cost of running a business. And maybe he could have helped us to explore it a bit further to understand exactly what he meant. In other words, is he referring to registration costs, CIDB registration costs? And I think it would have helped to get a bit more detail on what he meant by that. Then the cost of bad contracts that we have. You asked a question earlier on, Prof, about variations, because bad contracts are also result from many situations. And let me talk about variation, and I'll answer you as well in your question. I don't think there's no transparency in variation order management, because the contracts that we sign, they tell us what the change management processes ought to be. They are very clear. And whether you look at FIDIC, NEC, or even the bespoke contracts that we enter into, they're very clear what processes or what the change management process ought to be. But I think in the context of the South African construction industry, because of abuse of variations, layers of other scrutiny in terms of what this variation is have been added to those processes. In other words, a contractor could be performing and they have a genuine issue that has resulted on site. But because in different organs of state, there's a narrative that these processes are abused for unscrupulous reasons, then these layers that are put on top of these contracts that need to be facilitating productive change management immediately cease to exist. What then happens to the poor contractor on site? He waits for a committee to make a decision 12 months from when the issue is. By that time the decision is made, that poor contractor is closing his business. And these are some of the impacts. So it's very complex, Doctor, to give you a reason why projects, why we end up with bad contracts. I think it's a convolution of issues. And I think change management and the layers we've put on it no longer give the agility the contracts ought to give us. And then the decisions get made late. By the time the decision is made, the contractor is no longer on site, they've abandoned the site, the project is stopped, we have a bad contract. So I think for me, the contracts are very transparent in what must be done to manage change. But I think we've abused it. I think we've seen it across the industry. I hope it helps. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's take Mr. Kasim, then we'll come back to Mr. Chris. Mr. Kasim,
Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear clearly whether the question was because there's such a number of persons with matric and graduates, but yet they are unemployed and they want to get a grade, a CIDB grade. Now, I heard the grade 1, but I'll come to that one. The grade 1, as we know, doesn't require any requirements for you come to the CIDB and you get a grade 1 in any class of works. The requirements come from grade 2 and above. The CIDB is in a process of looking at its regulations in terms of considering the qualifications of persons in lieu, for example, of the current requirements which are the track record and the financial capability. So we are looking at that, and those regulations will be coming out shortly. We've been busy with it for a while. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chris?
Yeah, thanks. I think one of the issues which we've touched on a bit is we need to do a whole lot more in terms of the partnership between public and private sector. Already in the public sector, there's a huge shortage of competency and skills. We're seeing the same in the private sector, because the private sector have to, for survival, people have gone elsewhere. We talk about getting the flywheel for our economy going by delivering on infrastructure projects. We talk about it and we talk about it. We just never get to do it. In the meantime, every other developed country, Australia, the US, the UK, they're also short of capacity. It's a global challenge, engineering skills. Why? It's unfortunately, people want nice, lucrative jobs with working with data and maybe working in for Amazon and all those kind of things. That people don't want to go into consulting and construction. We need to regrow that capacity at home. And it starts, and this is the elephant in the room, because this is not a quick fix. You can't take people who are already adults and then turn them into professional engineers if the base is wrong. Our basic education system is where it starts. This is a long process that we need to undo, to fix, so we can make sure that we have a tsunami of young people. And then at the same time, fix those other elements that prevent what the gentleman spoke about, the anomaly of an unemployed graduate. Because we spoke about procurement. I spoke about the least cost. And my colleague over here spoke about the inability for industry to absorb and train and young. It's all part of, it's systemic, they all feed off each other. In professional services, the client says, how much discount are you going to give me on your fees? Now, would you do that to a medical practitioner or a legal practitioner? They're going to ask you, so which part of your body must I leave out? Or how many nights do you want to spend in jail or not? And we need to get back to that normality.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. Before we round up, before we ask the panelists just one word, I want to ask the panelists, probably from the audience, just want to find out if you could actually implement one reform immediately to enhance South African construction industry performance within 2 years. What do you think it should be? We need answers from the audience. I think there are roving mics, we need hands. We want solutions to say, if we are going to improve in the next 24 months, what do you think we must do? That's where we are now. I see a lot of hands here. Microphones, please help us. It should be 30 seconds. If it's more than 30 seconds, you can move to the next person. Where are the mics? As we are rounding up. Okay,
I've got the mic here, Prof. And I've been asking to talk from the beginning.
Now you have the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joseph. I'm a business analyst and professional business coach from Gibbs. I've been coaching businesses for quite some time. And I want to come with another solution. There is a solution that came from behind.
Yes.
And here is another solution.
Yes.
Based on my experience as a business analyst and a business coach, professional for that matter, I've seen a lot of things that we can do better.
Solution.
Yeah, solutions.
Yes.
I want to talk about the president when he left and the minister. They were complaining about the abandoning projects of these and all these other things that they complained about. The problem is the implementing agent like IDT and all the MECs of public works nationally, they don't sit with the PES. The PES sits somewhere else, they implement it, the contractors do the work, and they don't have money to pay the contractor. And then the project get delayed.
Okay, so
the National Public Works.
So what is the reform?
The National Public Works, they sit with the money. Within 7 days of submit your invoice, within 7 days we've got the payment. Why the same thing cannot be replicated to the other departments? Because that will be the best solution to resolve the late payment. Listen, in my company, I've just told them that they must not do any public works provincially, as well as IDTs and all this, because I know that I don't want to close my company.
Okay.
So, one of the takeouts from this meeting is the model that the Treasury or the National Public, or is the Treasury that allocate money to the end user. They must allocate funds to the implementing agents. That when they appoint the consultants, the contractor, the first phase goes, when it goes to advert, now they know how much the project will cost, because the tender results will come. And then they must have that batch, second batch claimed. So they must sit with it so they can pay the contractor on time. Okay. And there will be no late payments and the projects will be finished on time. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. The MEC agrees very well with you, so I couldn't stop you. Solution, we need reforms. What reforms? What do you think we should do as an industry if we're going to see a change in the next 24 months? Let's make it sharp and direct, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
My name is Thabo Hlabela. I'm the General Secretary of Saptago, and I'm also the CEO of my own company. You know, one of the colleagues, when we're talking of solutions here, he mentioned looking at the best practice or things which were done previously, and we replicate those things.
Thank you.
I'll give the simple example which the Minister of Health and that Aaron did when he get into a health department. He made sure that the senior positions were given to people who are having the correct trade. Previously, the CEOs of hospital, you'll take an engineer, as long as I was a comrade, I've been some time, or I am a teacher, or so on. He made sure that then there are doctors in there. Now, the solution to this, what I'm proposing, and CIDB,
yes, sir,
they will remember, some of us who are long in this industry. It used to say, for level 7 and upward, you need to have a professional. But at the moment now, if I win Lotto tonight and it's 100 million, I don't have even matric, I don't have anything, I can own a company and have level 9. The moment we start depoliticizing this industry and making it professional, to the extent, I don't have any, what can I say, wrong with advocates, but the moment you're making all these positions of the DGs, HODs, to be occupied by advocates and political science people, we are not getting anywhere as a country.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Any other reform? Let's make it short. Any other hand? There's a hand this side. Yes, there are hands, couple of hands here. We want solution. If you could implement one reform immediately to enhance South African construction industry performance within 2 years, what would it be?
Thank you. I am Teboho I come from ISA, Infrastructure South Africa. Speaking as a professional, I'm going to be a little bit selfish on this one and just talk about the skill set in the country. I think the skill set is there. We just haven't been motivated to stay in the industry. We've faced several challenges working either for contractors or consultants. And unfortunately, the moment the banks come calling or the public sector comes calling and they are dishing out that money, we are gone, and we are gone with our skill sets. So I think if there can be a bigger focus on talent retention within the specific sectors, whether it's consulting or contracting, we definitely are willing to serve, and we're going to provide our skill sets to all of these projects across the country.
Thank you so much. That's skills retention. Let's take two more. There's a hand here. 2 hands here. Let's take this one. 3, yeah. Let's make it quickly. Reforms.
I'll be very quick. I think to solve the issue of the late payments or delayed payments, the best way is to apply a penalty that is automatic. So if the guys say a month late, it's 2.5% of that invoice value that must be paid to the guys, to the contractor or the service provider that hasn't been paid on time. And with the cancelled tenders, the procuring authority or entity must then pay the different contractors who have bid, or the service providers that have bid, a percentage of the cost of bidding. And you'll see that will change very quickly, because our gentleman sitting over there called the AG, these will be wasteful expenditure, and then we'll have some people held accountable directly or indirectly. Thanks.
Thank you so much. He's looking at consequent management at both levels. Thank you. There's a hand there. Reform.
Yes. Thank you. Just to respond to what Mr. Chris Campbell had said about intellectual underpricing and all of those things, where consultants have to undercut themselves to be able to get work. Shouldn't we be looking at grading of consultants, just like we do for the contractors, so that when you now know a guy that's got 4 years or 5 years experience, You can put him in a particular grading, and he gets the right kind of job. That's one aspect. The other one is, isn't it about time that we looked at Construction Auditor General to look at how we perform in the industry? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just forward. Yes. Let's take that last hand.
Thank you. My name is Lynette Jeppe. I am currently acting Chief Director, PMU, Public Works Free State. The thing I think that's really hampering implementation of infrastructure projects is the fact that the quality of the contractors we appoint, due to the fact of the lowest price being accepted. I've been in numerous adjudications where we look at the technical qualification, and once the lowest price comes in, we get the third or the fourth or the fifth choice on the list of how they were adjudicated based on technicality. So if we can appoint on the skill of the contractor and not the price of a contractor, it would really make a big difference.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Protocol observed. I just want to mention 4 things which I think is crucial in terms of the development of government going forward to assist all these processes and the discussions that were made. Specifically, I want to there was previously the issue mentioned regarding ring fencing of funds. I'm not for the principle of ring fencing of funds. More so, we want the funds. I'm tired of having client departments that specify what they want, and at the moment the contract starts, the money is with them. We are powerless, we are unprofessional, simply because we don't hold the money. So we have no power in terms of teeth towards our consultants or contractors, because they simply ignore us because they know where the money comes from. So yeah, we want the money, or show us the money when the client wants a product.
That's 2.
Okay, and then environments. We in government suffer significantly to shift funds. My gentleman there, Auditor General, which like to police us so much, the principle here is simple. We want a shorter process to improve the shifting of funds between projects. If I have a contractor through slow progress or inclement weather, whatever stuff that were mentioned by yourselves, that delays the project, I want to be able to shift that money to where it's needed so that I can finish other projects at least, not wait through a significant process of protocol simply to shift funding, and thereby ultimately I don't spend the money, so I lose the money on the project, and my MEC yells at me and saying, why do you perform so bad? So yeah, we need a shorter process, and I'm confident and thankful that my Auditor General representative will assist with that.
All right.
Last statement, the MEC said state entities should be able to sustain themselves. The only way we can, you could say, implement that would be whereby a building can only be occupied through health and safety if the maintenance of that building in terms of budget is available. In other words, if the money is not there to service the lifts and ensure that everything is compliant in terms of regulation, the building should not be occupied. And without that, we just a small fire extinguisher to a big fire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to come to the panel as we are closing. Same thing. If you could implement one reform immediately to enhance the performance of this industry within 2 years, what will it be?
Okay, I agree with what has been said. So I think we could just put it under procurement reforms and then payment reforms.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chris?
I think I don't think there's one specific thing, but I'm going to say that I think we must stop saying what we're going to do and get to the point of doing what we're saying.
Sure.
Because we struggle with implementation, and I think the President has probably said it many times. Implementation, implementation, implementation. Let's get the show on the road.
Thank you very much. That's willpower. Go ahead, Mr. Lungisa.
Mine would be, there's a colleague of mine on the floor who's already said, a bigger focus on skills, talent retention, and I want to just add one more thing, talent development. I think it's critical that this industry starts taking skills quite serious. That would be my gift.
Thank you so much. Chairperson?
I think for me, it's the procurement reform, and in particular for infrastructure, so the planning. And what I mean by ring fencing is that we need to put aside our infrastructure as well as the budgets associated with that infrastructure, so that it does not go into the same pool as general procurement in a client department. So it's important because and I want to echo the gentleman who said the money needs to sit with the implementation agent. That's one way of ring fencing the funds that belong to, that should be assigned to projects. So I think that particular level of reform is very important.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kasim?
Thanks, Chair. To me, it is the getting the instruments for assessment for performance. If you can get that with collaboration, that would be my goal. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Andres?
Thank you, Chair.
You are the auditor.
Yeah, Chair. So thank you, Chair. From our side, obviously being really invested in ensuring that public funds are spent appropriately, obviously I'll present an answer from both sides. So the first part, immediate reform, we are aware that the CIDB has the BUILD program. So from our point of view, we really recommend that that program be effectively and efficiently implemented, because it could go a long way to assist the portfolio to deal with some of these gaps by having sufficient information and data through the effective implementation of that particular program. And then, Chair, lastly, I think on the issue of the resources, we can't get involved in any policy decisions wherever the budget lies, as long as it's informed by good principles of governance, as long as it's supported by sound governance and we get value for money whenever we deploy those scarce resources. And then lastly, professionalization, but professionalization beyond just the entry level, also the continuous professional development throughout of whatever skill set we require in this particular industry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over to the Commission leader, I want to say that one of the things I'm hearing is deliberate collaboration. We need a deliberate collaboration. We need the willpower. And I think skills discussion never goes away. We don't just need to just retain skills. We need to develop skills. I think procurement is also another major issue. So our next step from here will be to consolidate these insights into practical recommendations for the declaration on how to unlocking the infrastructure delivery. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much as I hand over back to the Commission leader. MEC, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for the panelists? Thank you. MEC.
Thank you very much, Prof. Let me take this opportunity to thank you, having ran this particular panel so professional, so well. To our panelists, thank you very much for the enormous knowledge that you brought to the conversation, the insights. I think all of us have benefited enormously around the engagements. But also, I must indicate, Prof, the two that are coming from the province, they are in the department. The Dion and Lynette, they're from the department. So the information I have, you must know, if they're misleading me, I'll be misleading the nation. Because ours as political or executive authorities is forever to engage to get advice from professionals, because that space, they know it better than we do. But let me take this opportunity really to appreciate the conversations and the inputs from our panelists as well as plenary, because it was not just a fault-finding conversation. It was a conversation that was focused more on how do we resolve, how do we get solutions on what we're dealing with. Lastly, the message that's coming from the ministry is that South Africa, or the industry itself, is ready to reform. the institution that we are leading is ready to reform. We must be able to measure performance honestly to facilitate improvement. We ought to rise to the challenge of delivery, especially delivering infrastructure that uplifts communities and strengthens our economy. Colleagues, thanks again for your commitment. By just being here, it's a commitment from yourselves to this nation. We have engaged purposely to challenge the issues that are impediments to the industry. Hopefully we emerge out of this commission with clear solutions as we meet tomorrow in plenary. Let's continue to enhance the work that we are doing. Yes, there are hiccups and challenges and weaknesses. However, sessions of this nature is where we converge and agree how do we fix our industry. And remember, when public works, the entire nation works. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I must have a conversation with you. Your insight in the industry is enormous.
More than happy to. Thanks, eh? Thank you. Yeah, you too. Thanks. Nice. Yeah, yours too.
Maybe visit.